Was goody? Was goody? Was goody? What's up, chat? All right, let's get 30 more people in here, and then we'll get the NASA started. What up, chat? Feeling good today? Feeling cool. It's a nice day outside, sunny. Kind of cold though. All right. So we got 200 in it? Yeah, there you go. What's going on, guys? What's up? Oops, my mic's off. All right. So, all right. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome back. Welcome back to a brand new day. You know, so today is a special day. Today is NFP. You have NFP non-farm payroll at 8:30 a.m. Eastern today. All right. So in about 2 hours and about an hour and 50 minutes, we'll have news. Just be aware of that if you guys are trading anything related to the US dollar, right? Just be aware that you should get a lot of volume around those times. So just, you know, expect a lot of slippage and stuff going on around that time. But yeah, guys, today's Friday. It's a good day. So far, it's been a good week. Let's end it off in a bang, you know. 2 trades this week. Not so bad. Not so bad at all. But yeah, let's take a look at, I think we should do, what do you guys want to do first? Gold or GJ first? This is my first time looking at a chart today too, so. GJ? All right, cool. You know, we'll do gold first, actually. All right. So you have, oh wait, before I actually do this, I gotta send the Zoom link real quick. So let me just go ahead and do that. Mute upon entry, allow participants to unmute themselves. No. And boom. All right. We're in blue today for some blues. All right, so let's go down to course and then moderate channel. Boom. All right, dope. All right, so let's take a look at gold real quick. So let's start off with the monthly again. All right, so the monthly candle, we discussed this monthly candle about 4 days ago on March 1st when you closed above this resistance over here, right? So price closed above here. And basically now what I'm expecting price to do today is I'm really expecting price to drive up towards the next resistance, because now that you're closing above this range, look left on a weekly. All right, there's a weekly candle closure too. This isn't like an hourly, this is like a weekly time. Oh, so this is a monthly time frame closure. So on a monthly time frame, now it shows you that you should be headed up towards the next weekly or monthly resistance. And that next resistance looking left is right here, right? 1980. So now you have clean traffic looking left here until that resistance. So that's something that we discussed on Monday, I think, or Tuesday. I think it was Tuesday. Yeah. So if you guys were there on Tuesday, you guys would have seen that breakdown. But basically, price is doing exactly as planned. It's pushing up, filling these ranges, and also filling this wick to the left here. Last month's candle, obviously closed, rejected, or left a wick. And then what's happening right now is we're filling that wick for a wick fill, pushing up towards 1980. So that should get tapped by the end of the month. It might not be today, right? Who knows? It might even be today. Who knows? If NFP, anything can happen. But by the end of the month, we should be around, we should be tapping 1980 within the next 25 days. But yeah, let's go down to the weekly. The weekly, I'm still bearish on a weekly. So this is the same weekly analysis of weekly buys I've had since Sunday. The weekly candle simply just last week closed below this resistance over here, and now I'm expecting price to flip bearish on a weekly at some given point as we closed bearish last week, right? So look left, same thing price did to the left, came up, rejected, closed bearish resistance, came down, closed bearish resistance, came down. So same thing I'm expecting here for the weekly candle. It's just that it's the last day of the week and you don't have any bearish candle closures on the daytime from whatsoever. No bearish momentum, no bearish signs whatsoever. So there's no confirmation showing that price is gonna flip yet, right? But the thing is, you have NFP at 8:30, and if NFP coming out, if they're expecting good numbers today, who knows? Anything can happen today, right? But although my weekly bias is bearish, we still took bias throughout the whole entire week. It doesn't mean that we have to stick to a bearish bias. It just means that overall, you're looking at that direction for the overall week, right? So now that price is close, is obviously continuing up here. The data shows that, let's see. I mean, I think we tapped daily target if I'm not wrong. Yeah, so daily time frame today, what happened was price came up. This is your previous resistance. This is your previous support. This is a range that you created here for gold. And within this range here, what happened was price came up, closed above. They Wednesday candle came down, closed bearish here, right? So once you close bearish here, what this meant was it meant that we're creating now support. So if this is your support level on gold, there's a high chance that once you confirm support, by closing bullish at support, you should continue up to retest the highs, and that's what happened today. This is just simply the onion play, right, on the daily time frame. So this is like textbook for you guys. If you guys have been on streams for at least a minimum 2 weeks, you guys will know exactly why and how gold shop today on this daily candle. So that's pretty self-explanatory. I'm gonna go any deeper at that, but we're tapping this resistance here, and just because we're tapping resistance, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're gonna reject. Again, price and easy breakthroughs of resistance, and it can literally shoot up to fill these ranges up here at 1970, 1975, right? Looking left though, so let's go mark this up on a daily real quick. Looking left, you have a resistance over here at 1959. So that's my next target for gold, 1959 or even 1954. All right, so we're 100 pips away from that range, but I'm expecting those levels to get tapped as that's the next daily resistance. And since if you look left there, we're staying within this range on the daily time frame. Since we're staying in this range, there's a high chance that once price forms support, it should continue up for the rest of the range, right? And the rest of the range takes you to 1960, 1959, 1955-ish levels, right? So keep that in mind. But yeah, daily bias is bullish on gold today and expect the price to drive up as long as it respects the previous day candle low. It must respect this low, or even it must respect this low, because I don't really see price flipping bearish here if it wants to drive up today. If it flips bearish, high chance it's probably gonna come down to create a steeper, or it might come down with the weekly candle even, right? But yeah, as long as it respects the current day candle low at 1928.573, you should be valid to drive up stuff for a day. The 4 hour here is the issue though. So I was looking at this earlier today. This is the issue right now. I know last night we had a London session, and London session was super clean for buys. I think you had a resistance marked up. I think a lot of people got buys over here, if I'm not wrong. You had a resistance marked up here, and pretty self-explanatory. A lot of you guys probably got entry on this candle opening here, right? So good ups for that. I know a lot of you guys caught that. You guys ain't gotta tell me. I know a lot of you guys caught that. I think that range was how many pips? 50 pips, 60 pips, so it's not bad. But the issue now comes that we're tapping this resistance here. We're now tapping this daily 4-hour resistance. We're in this weird range here looking left, right? So what I want to see today is I really want to see us break out this range on a 4-hour time frame. And it sucks because this is a 4-hour candle that ends at 9 a.m. too. So worst case today, who knows? News could do anything. We might even break up before, but worst case, we'll get positions after 9 because this 9 a.m. We're at a level right now where price doesn't know what it wants to do yet. It's kind of just at I'll call it an indecision level. It's it's at resistance. There's no confirmation for buys aside from the fact that we're bullish, and there's also no confirmations for sells. Just because of resistance doesn't mean we're ready for sells. The bias is still bullish. The count is still bullish. This count could literally flip bullish to drive up towards 1960 with the daily target, right? So right now the forward count is the issue here. And what I want for buys is I really want to break out this range. If you break out this range, look left, where you're going to drive 1960. So going back to the daily analysis or daily bias, it takes you directly up towards that daily target. So that's good. But you're really going to need to break out this range here. It's going to struggle here a lot, and it doesn't help with the fact that you had no top wick on a 4-hour candle as well. This 4-hour candle closed with no top wick at resistance. So chances of this candle going up is like a 45% chance of it going up. So it's a lot lower than if it were to close above. If it were to close above the range today, this 4-hour candle, and you can say like 85% chance the next 4-hour candle has to drive up, right? But the issue is now this daily candle, who knows? You can just reject, or sorry, this 4-hour candle can just reject or just fly up. But how we're gonna figure out what's gonna happen in this 4-hour candle is we're gonna look at the small time frame. So let's drop down to the small time frame. There's gonna be a resistance right here at like 1947. All right, so this is your resistance. If you close above 1947, look left, you're gonna have clean traffic now until 1961. So again, going back to the daily analysis, it lines up perfectly hand by hand. What a coincidence, right? So that is my target for buys here if we were to drive up. But you need to really close above 1947. I think since the 4 candles at heavy resistance, you're gonna need a daily, or sorry, a 1-hour closure above. That'll be the better time for them to wait for. 30-minute closures above aren't bad too, but let's see how everything sets up. We have NFP today, and a lot can happen today. All right, who knows? Anything can happen today, or we might not even move at all. I've seen NFP days where we haven't moved, and I've seen NFP days where we've moved hundreds of bips. So just be aware of that. All right, so that's my daily analysis on gold. That's what we're gonna wait for. I'll get deeper into that once I just break down the GG overall bias for a day and overall direction for a day. That's usually what I do usually. I think we just come on, find a bias with the first 10 minutes, and then as we finish both biases, we go back to the pair that we're looking for, and then we start dissecting down to like the 15-minute time frame, etc. But yeah, overall GJ is for the month. Again, we're expecting price this month to drive down towards the next support. What happened was, if you just block out all the noise here, just simply do this to your screen, right? This is just what? This is just simply a range formed. Resistance up here, support down here. So this is your overall monthly range. High chance, if we're starting to close bearish at resistance, high chance this monthly candle has clean traffic now to drive down to the bottom of the range. Right, this bearish candle closure at resistance indicates that you have volume, or it indicates you have rejection, and confirms resistance to drive down now. And now you just have clean traffic towards the next support, which is at like 150 for the month. All right, so that's a bias for the month. Overall bias for the month is coming down as expected so far, looking good. We broke those lows, I think yesterday, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, I think yesterday we broke the lows. But yeah, overall shouldn't be bad of a month now. We should have clean traffic towards that next level. But the weekly, let's see, the weekly shows that, remember how we discussed this weekly candle, guys? What a coincidence, right? We discussed how Monday candle, we opened up with no top wick, and price came down, filled the wick, and I said how, guys, we're tapping this minor support, and I think I said on Tuesday stream, actually, I said how we're tapping this minor support, and at any given point, price needs to reject to come out to create a top wick, right? And I was just, there wasn't like any buyers for me there or any sells. It was just more so like I'm expecting a top wick to be created, and that's what happened. Price tapped like a minor level, rejected, came up to create a top wick, and then now it's coming back down to fill the bottom, to fill the range again. So I'm expecting this monthly candle or this weekly candle to drive down now as we're re-breaking the lows. I believe once you re-break this low here at like 152.621, you're then gonna have clean traffic now towards the next range. Looking left, that's gonna take you down towards this range here at like 150, 500ish levels, right around these areas here. So expecting that to happen. Let's see what the day looks like. Day looks clean too. Daily was exactly like gold, but just reversed. If you go on gold's daily here, I'll show you guys real quick. Go on gold's daily, and then go on GG's daily. Right? Look, same thing. I just flipped it. Right? Same exact thing. What is this? The onion play. Right? You guys all know that. So with the onion play on the daily, what happened was price came up, created resistance here. right? And I think the day prior we talked about this too. We talked about how this candle closed bullish, and it closed bullish respecting this resistance. So at any given point, we can literally come down to retest the bottom of the range again, because this is a range formed, right? All I needed now was an actual bearish candle closure at resistance, because without that bearish candle closure at resistance, going back to what I said earlier about the forward candle on gold, that's just an indecision level. It's like price doesn't know what it wants to do here. It's either gonna shoot up or it's either gonna break through, but wait for a confirmation, wait for a closure above or a bearish closure at resistance to drive down. And what happened after? Price closed bearish today. So today you had clean traffic driving down towards the bottom of the range. It was a 100 pip range going down towards the 153.100 mark, right? So that's my target for the day. Should tap that target at any time now within the next couple hours here. But I think just because we're tapping support, guys, doesn't mean we're done for a day, right? Again, I did mention how if you come down to re-break the weekly candle low, which is down here at like 152.626, the day candle should drive further down. You break those lows here, you're most likely going to drive down now towards the next support level, which is down here, because down here you have clean traffic, 151.500 or even like 150 today. Who knows, right? But be patient today. Yeah, I think London session moved quite a bit. Asia moved quite a bit. And if you don't catch anything today, it's okay. But there's still a lot of opportunities today. I'm pretty confident. But yeah, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the forward candle here. So forward candle here looks like we opened up, and now we're coming down towards this minor support here. So that's a logical level where we could reject off of, and that also falls in line with the minor support on the 1 hour as well. So that minor support is going to be right around here on gold, on GJ, sorry. So if you close below here now, there's a high chance you have to drive down towards the next range. So if I'm looking for sells today, I really want to see us break 153.326, and then you should be clean to drive down towards these ranges down here at like 152.800 there. All right. Because look left. You break into these ranges, now you have clean traffic breaking back into this range. Right, the issues now is like, I know like some of you guys may say like, oh, it's not as clean as this. It's definitely not as clean as this. But I understand the whole idea behind this is the fact that this is a range formed, and as we're breaking back into the range, we should be able to fill the range. It's only the first initial push into the range that will be clean, but after price actually breaks in the range like this, let me draw it out for you guys. The first initial push is usually a clean push, right? As you close below, and then after you close below, you should drive down to fill the range. And then it gets choppy once you start to form support here, because once you form support here, it's now just a range formed, or more consolidation. It's like, okay, well, if we don't break out, we might spend some time in this range here. Same thing that happened over here on GJ earlier, right? But the first initial push back into the range should be a clean push down, as you technically do have clean traffic coming down towards like 153. So a 30 to 50 pip range going down here on GJ. So sells will be below here. All right. But there, guys. That's what we are gonna be looking for today. All right. Same thing all week. Same plan all week. Nothing has changed. Man, guys, I was watching yesterday's live stream like on repeat. I don't know what it was yesterday. I think like everything was on point yesterday. I was just chilling. Like after the stream, I uploaded content. I just sat there and watched like the stream again. Like, wow, we dissected gold pretty nice. But yeah, that's what we're looking for today. All right, should be pretty simple. NFP day. Just be aware of news. I'm not gonna have any buy stops or sell stops in news. We're gonna simply be waiting for news to come out, check the numbers and see what happens, how price reacts, and then maybe we'll hop on. But nothing at the time of 8:30. Okay, we might get in positions before, we might get positions after, who knows? But let's see. Gold sells already. I just joined, so I just did a 20-minute analysis here, and then the first question I get is gold sells? Question. Go back like 10 minutes. I did a full breakdown from the weekly down to like the 15:30. So yeah, so let me go talk about this again actually. So yeah, it'll be buys above 1947 here. That would be clean for us. The issue is the forward counter here, right? So just because we're at resistance doesn't mean that we're gonna reject. At any given point we can drive up. But I think what's gonna happen, well, I'm gonna need here is I'm gonna need a 1 hour closure above, I think. So wait the last 2 minutes here. I doubt we're gonna close above it. We're looking like we're gonna close doji here. But let's see. This third minute looks kind of clean if you do. And then you have clean traffic until like 1961 here. Look left. Let's see. What do you got looking left there? Some minor resistance here, 1950. Hey, I think like to the next minor resistance, like even until this 15-minute resistance over here, you should be clean. That's like a solid range of 25 pips into that minor resistance. So it's not the worst idea, but you really need a closure above. And then overall, you're expecting price to tap 1961 based off of the clean traffic here, right? This is all clean traffic. But what I want though is I would love to see price really drop here at this resistance, reject it on the 4-hour candle, like so. And then as we come down now to create a support, right? You might see us reject here, come down, create a support, because now we're just bouncing off these levels here. Once that support forms, once you actually confirm support, right? So how do you confirm support? You need a closure at support. You need a bullish candle closure indicating support is formed. Once you get that, okay, cool. We'll be in. We can get in some buys going up to retest the highs, right? We can get in over here, or we can get in over here on a closure above, and then you're expecting the next candle to drive up as well. But those two options is what I want today. It's either this option, these two options, or just simply a closure above on this hourly candle at 7 a.m., which I don't think we're gonna get. But just it's because we're just bouncing off of these levels. This is gonna be a very difficult range to be in today. But the good thing about it is that it's a decent range. It's like a huge range. It's like a 120 pip range. So why do you use a 1-hour support on TJ instead of the 30 minute for sells? It's because the 1-hour candle is not closing about a minute here, right? So what's best? Waiting for the 1-hour candle to close or waiting for a 30-minute candle to close? It's like it's the same closure, but like the 1-hour closure below is a stronger confirmation, stronger time frame. It's a higher time frame. So with the 1-hour closing below here, if it does in 3 seconds, we may get some sells. I don't think we did, guys. I think we just we closed below, but it's let's see. Like you guys know, like whenever we get closures, like I want to see a clear closure. I don't want to have like a 50-50 closure. Like did we close below? Like I don't want to have to like think about it. Like I want to see us actually close below here. And then, like, for me, like yes, it close slightly below the line, but like overall, it's still within this range here. I really wanted it to close a little further below. I like maybe 153, 250 here. So I'm gonna hold out on this first maybe 15-30 minute candle, this hourly candle here. I'm gonna hold up for now. I'm gonna see if we could maybe create a steeper wick. If we create a steeper wick and then we flip and break the lows, then essentially like an MA temp sells. But I'm gonna wait for something better here. This isn't really that clear to me, just 1-hour candle. If it's clear to you guys and it's a closure below, then take it. You know, like don't feel discouraged. Just take your positions, right? Follow your plan. This is just my plan. Everyone has a different plan. Can you send a chart? Yeah, send a chart on Discord. I'll check it out in a bit. This 1-hour candle on gold here closed bearish here. It closed bearish at resistance on the hourly here. So probably gonna be if we come up to break the highs, or it looks like what's gonna happen now is since we're closing bearish at resistance, it now confirms resistance, right? And now this next candle should just drive down to create support. And you guys might be asking where? Well, look left. You have some minor levels of support right here. You have a minor level right here, and you have a minor level right here. So which one is it gonna be? Well, we don't know yet, right? So price and Larry come all the way down to who knows where, all the way down here, here. But it's not confirmed until you get that bullish candle closure at support. So wait for that. Don't play the guessing game today. It's an NFP Friday. W analysis. Yes, sir. When did you take the 10 pips? That was yesterday. Sorry, I gotta delete that. That was yesterday on stream. If you guys want to go check out like all the trades we've taken throughout the year, these are our year stats. Oh, not bad, guys. 80% win rate. It went up. So 16 trades on stream, or 16 wins, 4 losses, 5 break evens. But guys, yeah, this is January. Like, if you guys go on the spreadsheet, there's a links here with a timestamp of when I took it on stream, so you can just go and click on that and watch how we got in, and follow along. But not bad so far for the month of February. 20 pips. Over March, 20 pips, not bad. I'll take it. How come this is green? There we go. This should be updated. Let me just do this again. What time did we take that trade yesterday? Was it 8:30? I don't get it. 8:25. Okay, then you had news. Oh yeah, then you had news, and then after news, yeah. That's dope. And then you get activated around 8:36. Yeah, not bad. Up at 8:36. Or when I put that sell stop, I put that sell stop at right here. Yeah. 8:32. Cool. Ooh, this alley candle. If this alley candle comes up, because like look, if we're closing bearish resistance here, you're expecting this alley candle to just reject to continue down, right? But if it comes up and breaks the 1 hour high, that's like structure breaking. That's a 1 hour starter play, right? And you should expect it to drive up. I'm not gonna take the 1 hour starter play. I'm not gonna have any buy stops here. I'm gonna wait for an actual closure, because this is a pretty decent resistance here. Looking left here, this is a resistance that you should not fuck around with. You have plenty of rejections here. You have rejections here. You have rejections here. You have rejections here. You have rejections here, right? So, and you have rejections here. Not once have you closed above this range before. So that's why waiting for a closure here is very, very key. Because at any given point, we can drive up, yeah, but we can just reject to continue back down. So wait for that 1 hour closure, or wait for a 30 closure. Yeah. And then breakdown, I gotta clear that as well. Chat's moving so quick nowadays, guys. I'm so sorry if I can't see like everyone's messages. It was way easier when we had like 8 viewers. Yes. Am I seeing chat right? I feel I'm missing a lot of chat. What else, Samita? Are you not looking at TGJ? No. I discussed how like this candle closure below wasn't that clear to me. I rather like stay out and miss the move than get an entry now, because I'm having FOMO, right? It's just not a clear closure for me. I want everything to align, and this doesn't align as I want it to align. And yeah, I think if it comes down a bit, I think, let's see. I mean, yeah, like you can argue and say it closed below, but like, why do you want to argue in the first place? Like, why do you want to argue and say we closed below in the first place? Like, why not just see a clear closure below, right? Like we can drive, but I mean, hey, I'd rather miss out than take something that I feel is quite risky. Worst case, we miss out on this range. We get sells below here instead. Like we move our support down towards here, and then we get sells below there instead, coming down towards like 152. Yeah, I'm just gonna move it down there for now. Yeah, I'm just gonna move it down here right now. If you get a closure below here, it should be good. Yeah, because if you're missing out, okay, so here's the thing. Here's why I'm moving it down, right? So this is the overall 1 hour resistance. So if you want sells on a 1 hour, okay, cool, take them here. If you close below, right? But if you're not comfortable with the 1 hour candle closing the way it did, then wait for a 30-minute candle closure. And if you want a 30-minute candle closure, what's the cleanest? Here or here? Probably down here. You have a 1 hour, you have a 30-minute support here. So if you want a 30 closure below in 22 minutes, wait for a 30 closure below. And if you close below the support down here, then take them. But if you close right here, then you know looking left that we might reject, because looking left there's some type of support here, right, within that range. So that's why waiting for a third closure below 153.201 would be ideal for me. Worst case, we missed on like maybe like a 10-pip range here, but because right now you can argue saying that, okay, you know, 1 hour candle might have not closed below, right? But if you get a 30-minute closure below this range, you can kind of just throw the 1 hour argument out the window and say, okay, we're gonna drive down now towards 152.7. What's that? 797. Yeah, it should be good. Damn, Marcos took a daily. So Marcos took a daily runner today. He took a daily runner on GJ from stop loss is like 110 pips and TP is down here for 110 pips. It goes a 1-to-1 RR. He took off the daily. Just daily runners. That's good position. He should be closing partials now. Let me ask him. Yeah, but I don't think Marcus is showing up today. I think it'll just be Wix today. Marcus is busy. Okay, clean. So you have the 4 account pushing up again, re-breaking the highs. I think once it re-breaks 14.49.272, should have a higher chance of going up. It will also be breaking the 1 hour highs too. I want to see a 1 hour break of the highs and also want to see a 1 hour closure maybe. Or third closure is fine. Yeah, if you guys got on GJ, congrats. I mean, you should be good. I mean, you should be break even here. If you guys got in, you're tapping this minor level of support here. So if you're managing risk, understand that this could be a level where you could be rejecting. If you don't move fast to break even, you're taking the chances that you might reject to just come back up to create a steeper wick. But yeah, at these levels here, you should be minimum break even, because this bearish candle here, since you got on the opening of the candle, it shouldn't flip bearish or bullish if it wants to drive down now. It should just simply come down towards the next level of support. Right, but if we're starting to reject now, starting to show that we're starting to reject the support, this thing might flip again, right? So that's why you want to go break even, and then wait for a closure below this range instead after. What are you gonna lose? You know. How do you draw those white lines on a chart? How do you know which zone is which? Like, how do you trade the zones you draw and how you know? Because there's a reasoning behind where I draw them, right? Whenever I draw them, I don't just draw them because we're at resistance. It's more so like it's at resistance, yeah, but I'm drawing at levels where we never closed above before. For instance, like gold right here. Like, look at this wick here. What happened here? Rejection. Right, so I'm always scanning from left to right. I'm looking from left to right. I'm trying to see how we rejected and where we rejected. And right here, it shows a level that we rejected in this pink zone here. Right, so in that pink zone we rejected. Look left. If you look deeper into the details, you're gonna notice that we rejected, and we also never closed above. Not once have we got a closure that closed a candle that closed above. So that's why I'm drawing my line now on the bodies of the closures, because once you get a closure above the bodies, then yeah, that indicates that price will drive up now, and that's that should indicate that you have volume too to drive up further. That's why I draw them. I have a full-on support and resistance video I just posted maybe a couple days ago, so you can check it out. It's right down here, 10 days ago. How to find support and resistance levels 2022. If you want to know. This is looking clean, guys. Gold, if it breaks this 1 hour highs here, expect it might give you a push here towards like 1951 here. And we're gonna wait for a closure in about 15 minutes here, 17 minutes maybe. But I think you should be good once you get that closure. Maybe a 15-minute closure actually, because the 15 hasn't closed above before. Oh no, sorry, I take that back. No. If you want a 15-minute closure in 2 minutes here, I think you're gonna need a closure above here, because the 15-minute has closed above before in the past. The 30-minute candle has never done so, and the 1 hour has never done so. So if you want a 15 closure, you're gonna need above this resistance up here. But yeah, 1 hour just broke the highs, if I'm not wrong. Well, almost. Yeah, there you go. 1 hour broke the highs. You should see some volume here. Just stay calm though, right? You should see a push up, but what I'm looking for is I'm expecting the next 30-minute candle to pull back to give you that wick fill. So we can literally push up towards this resistance and then pull back and then leave a wick. And then we'll enter in our next 30-minute candle opening. Just be patient. If you miss the move, you missed the move. Simple. It's not a missed move until it's a planned trade. This isn't a planned trade for me until you close above. So I can't say I missed it. Runners, man. Runner positions. Runner positions. Yeah, I never risk more than 2%. 1 to 2% risk per trade. Runner positions go a long way. Yeah, you see, you're tapping this level on a GG here, so just be careful here. I think once you get closer below, you should be good. If you look left too, like every time you close below this level here, right around, let me just redefine these levels here. Every time you close below 153, 197 here, you were able to come down for the rest of the range. So expect the same to happen if you close below in 15. Yeah, gold isn't bad. Like if you want a 15 closure above, like it's not like I understand people right now are probably looking for buys above here on a 15. It's decent. You have like maybe like a 10 pip advantage here. You have until this 15-minute resistance, but I'll be very aware of this resistance here. It's a very it's a decent resistance, so I'm gonna wait for a 30. So whenever people ask that question, like, yo, Don, how do you, when I know when to wait for the 15 and when I know how to wait for the 30? In this case, I'll wait for a 30 because the 15 closed above failed, 30 never closed, 1 hour never closed, right? So that's how you determine which time frame to wait for. How do you manage versus the trade goes against you? Usually when the current, like let's say for instance, I enter off the hourly, and it depends on how the hourly candle closes. Like yes, you can manage using the 15, but understand that the 15 could break the lows and highs, 30-minute can break the lows and highs, but the 1 hour can still respect. So I found that in 2021, a lot of my losses came from managing risk impulsively off the 15 and 30-minute time frame. And what I realized in 2022 or late 2021 to 2022 is the way you manage risk is we usually leave it for the hourly candle or the candle we enter off of, and we put our trust into that 1 hour candle, right? And depending on how it closes is when we determine if we should close partials or not. So for instance, if we took a buy here on gold right around here, and the next candle decides to come down and closes respecting the support, I'm going to leave the trade run. Because if this is a trade I entered, this is a stop loss. It's a previous candle low, and this TP is up here. So if this candle here closes now respecting this resistance, I'm going to let it I'm going to leave it, because just because it's closing bearish, you got to pay attention. It's closing bearish at support, and at any given point, we can just reject to continue back up, right? But if it closes below support, then you can probably expect it now to just drive further down, because now we're actually breaking back into the range, and that's when I will actually close the positions if it closes like this. That's just the most logical way to do it. I know like it's gonna be it's more like advanced. Like it's not really like, it's not as impulsive, and I don't know, like it's just more logical. Because if we're not entering impulsively, what's the point of exiting impulsively? Doesn't make any sense, right? Oh, there you go. GJ has rejected this for support here. So if you guys move stocks to break even, congrats. Or I'm pretty sure, actually, no, sorry, I take that back. You guys should have got 10 pips there, or 9 pips. So in this case, if I were to get 9 pips there and I was tapping this minor support looking left, I probably would have closed half. I understand that we could reject there. But yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about. We rejected, and now this kind of might come up, create a steeper wick. And you don't want to be in drawdown. Now you're shitting your pants, right? So going back to the hourly candle, if I were to draw my levels back here, it's like, okay, well, this candle just reject to drive up now because it wasn't a clear closure below. Another reason why, you know, you should have moved stops to break even at 153, 197 here. I don't know what's happening. What did he spam? Video quality poor. Refresh your thing and just go put 1080. I'm pretty sure it's 1080. I'm trying to see it. If a 30 closure is valid here or a 1 hour closure. Let me see. 1947, 557. I think on 30 is valid. You have like a minor resistance here, but it should push up towards like 50 here. 1950. You got a closure above here in the past too. You drove up clean. This is what's choppy here. Let's see. See how the hourly looks. This hourly looks like we are nah, yeah, you should be able to get, yeah, you should be able to get like at least to like 1954, 1950-ish. Yeah, on a break these highs. Yeah, I mean that's fine. Yeah, because like, yeah, like you have a minor resistance here later on. Like it makes sense too, because looking left here on a 30 and 15 here, you have this minor support here as well, right? Like looking left, looking at these rejections here, rejected, rejection, rejection. So this is a decent level. So yeah, it makes sense. You close above 47, you should have range to go up towards 54 minimum. Yeah, that's fine. I think a 30 closure is valid here though. If this 15 can close bearish at resistance here, and then the next 30 can just close it leaving a wick fill, that'd be great. Where's Wix then? Nine minutes, guys. Be patient, okay? Did GG come out to create a steeper top wick? Yeah, it did, right? Yeah, it did. It came out, created a steeper top wick. Now it's flipping. Okay. Yeah, same thing. You still need a third closure below here. You need a third closure. All right. Should be solid. Looking left, like, let's see. Not bad. Yeah. Your Marcus, you close full in that runner? 67 pips. I thought you got 100 pips. I got this. Wait, right entry interview. Can't see because of blur. It says sells below here closure. And it says buys above here closure. Can you please explain range 1, range 2 breakout? Do exclamation point ranges or exclamation point fake out, and you should get a video on that. This is clean, guys. This is clean, 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 clean. Yeah, this should take you up towards 1954 minimum. Yeah, what's gonna happen here probably is we're probably gonna drive it. We're probably gonna push that like 7:30 here, pre-New York. And then as you close above at pre-New York, it makes sense. So here's why. You push up right at 7:30 here to 8 a.m. towards the resistance because you're getting a closure above. And well, that's if this candle closes in 7 minutes here above. But if you do get the closure, then 8:30 or 8 a.m. you might get a pullback because we're tapping this resistance now at 1954. And then probably till NFP, we're probably gonna range a bit until NFP, and then NFP probably gonna push it back up again or push it back down. I think NFP that today they're expecting like, let's see, they're expecting actually grading forecast to get for currency. They're expecting bad numbers. There's been bad numbers there. Makes sense. Okay, so if technicals show that we're bullish, and if fundamentals are showing that you might be bullish as well, or bearish for a dollar, or bullish for gold, then it's gonna be interesting. So it might come out mixed actually. The last order is expected to come out good. Let's see. But looking solid now, guys. This may happen, and then from like 8:30 to like 9, you might just range, or you might push up to retest the highs, right? And then 9:30 to 10 after the 4 candle closes, creates this bottom wick. This is gonna be your 9 a.m. push probably again if we do stay bullish today, right? You're just trying to figure out your ideals, plan out your ideals. That's all you're doing right now. That's all I'm doing right now. I'm just planning out my ideas off of my playbook, and then once it happens, I'm in. If it doesn't, then chalk that deal. If you guys want the playbook, you can go download it on controlfx.com. It's a free download, 4-page PDF of all the trades we've been taking for the last 2 years, and these are all the trades I take. I promise you guys that there's nothing else we do aside from take trades off this playbook, because this is my personal playbook, right? This is just my personal playbook that I take trades off of. So this is what I do. If you guys want to, just go download it. It's on controlfx.com. JB, you got a poster? Send a picture. That's fire. I'm gonna tell not here, guys. I'm gonna tell we should share your thoughts and go. I don't think he's here yet. Hey, he might be watching. Who knows? What's your favorite setup? The one that wins the most. So I think it's gonna be breakout. 20 trades, 20 breakouts this 20 breakout trades this year. 3 fakeouts and 2 onions. Not bad. There hasn't been much fakeouts, so I think for the most part fakeouts have been hitting break even. But yeah, these are stats for each individual like thing. Like this is pretty cool. 100% win rate on the 30-minute time frame, 83% win rate on the 1 hour time frame, and 0% win rate on the 15. 4 trades. I think 2 break even though, or 3 break even. Or yeah, 2 break even, 2 losses on 15. Flip 8 trades. The breaker. Yeah, this is pretty even though. Like this makes sense how it's pretty even though. The starter play, none yet this year. Actually, no, I take that back. I think yesterday was a starter play if I'm not wrong. Yesterday was a 30-minute starter play or something, right? What time frame was this? This was that was a 30-minute time frame. Yeah. Yeah, yesterday was a 30-minute starter play. I'll just leave it, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. Can you explain the onion? There should be a link popping out right now. It's just this. Guys, go get the playbook and read about it. It's it'll help you out. And then I have videos on it too, but like just read the playbook. It should be somewhere here. I think it's over here. It's right here. This is basically just range formed and supports formed. Supports confirmed to retest the highs. Like the same shit we've been breaking down this morning. On a daily, the daily candle on gold and GJ is the onion, basically. That happened today. 2 minutes left, guys, for positions, maybe. Yeah, see? Onion on gold daily, and after onion on gold on GG daily. Bearish. Same thing. Okay, we're looking good. We just need a top wick here. I want to maybe push a bit further back, like maybe towards like 49 here, 48, and then we get a 27 pip stop loss. TP's up here for like 55 pips. Let me get some early positions here, guys. Let's see. A minute left. Sub loss is gonna be around 31 pips. TP is gonna be up here for 450 pips, and minor break even. Or sorry, no, TP is up here. I'm tripping. TP is gonna be all the way up here at 1961. This is just a minor resistance here, so yeah, that's over at TP 1961 with the daily bias, and we're gonna be manager risk off of the 1954 level. All right. So if we can get in positions before NFP and then be up before NFP and a trail stops before NFP, that'll be dope, because we don't gotta worry if we're deep in profit by NFP. I mean, we can get slipped, but like if our stops are in profit, we'll get slipped by that much. Stop loss is gonna be 1945. Yeah, but gonna need a decent bottom wicker, guys. What up, wicks? All right, so you got closure. I need a bottom wick here. I want to see us tap like maybe like around these levels here. Probably gonna be around like here, and then once you get the bottom wick, I'll be in positions. If you don't get a bottom wick, I'll watch it drive up. I'll watch it drive up all the way up here. I'll miss on the whole entire range, but I'm gonna need a bottom wick here. 1947-ish, 1948-ish before I head up. All right. Should be good. We're tapping out 15 amount of resistance here, so it should just reject out this resistance to give a bottom wick, and then 30-minute count should just reflip to drive up. This is the first time we're closing bullish on a 30-minute time frame, so yeah, this count should highly likely 85% chance it has to drive up now towards the top of the range. Pre NFP. What was the entry? There's no entries yet. I'm waiting for a bottom wick here, and then we're gonna place buy stops there on a break of the highs, or the flip of the candle, depending on how big the bottom wick is. Is common factor brother? Yeah. No, we're not brothers. Is that the new question I'm gonna get every day? Show your hoodie, fam. It's devious, unreleased. Could you enter half risk and the other half if it created a bottom wick? Yeah, you can do that. It's not bad. It depends on how you want to manage risk, right? It comes down to what you want. Like, you can do that as well. It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. It's just I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna wait for like one entry. You know. That's not a bad idea though. That's decent. That's decent. We're tapping this 15 minor resistance here. So if we're gonna reject to go down and give a bottom wick, we gotta reject now. Because if we don't reject now, then we're gonna drive up. Because the 30-minute candle has no traffic. You guys having FOMO? I can tell that you guys are having FOMO. What's on? You got no mic, brother. Okay, 15 minutes should reject there. Minimum bottom wick like 1948.18, 1948.173, 184-ish. Worst case, you don't get a bottom wick. We wait for the 1 hour candle because the 1 hour candle hasn't closed yet. Like, so if the 1 hour candle doesn't close, then it can still reject for all we know, right? That's why I need a bottom wick, because if you don't get a bottom wick, or sorry, if you don't if you get a bottom wick, we can just drive all the way back into the range as the 1 hour candle is still below the resistance, right? But if you get a bottom wick and then you reflip, break the highs, it's just a cherry on top. It's just an extra confirmation that we're just gonna drive all the way up. Does that make sense? Right? Because if you get a bottom wick on 30, where's the 1 hour opening? That's gonna be like all the way down here. So for all we know, we can just flip on a 1 hour candle and then drive down bearish. We never closed above yet on a 1 hour. All right, there's the bottom wick. Nice. Yeah, that 5 minute had no bottom wick too. So like this 5 minute should come down and give it that bottom wick, which is doing right now. Once you break this low, it should cleanly drive down towards support. On a 5 minute, you have clean traffic after, driving down towards like 1947.557 here. So expecting price to drive down there, and then we'll have buy stops after on a flip, on a break of the highs. So now stop loss is gonna be roughly like 42 pips, 420, and then TP's up here for like, you know, 100 and something pips. I think it was 120 pips. But I don't see any reason for this 5 minutes to drive to give a steeper bottom wick. Patience. Right? This is all clean on the 5. So use your 5 to advantage, yeah. But I don't enter on the 5. Oh, 5 minute close too. 5 minute close, open up with no bottom wick. So this thing should just dip. Yeah, there we go. There's the dip. Perfect. Damn, chat. Analysis on point. Okay, so there's a bottom wick. Now we need to really break this high here. So I'm not gonna place buy stops just yet. In a second I will. If you come down just a bit more, come down a bit more, it should be good. Damn, it happened just as I said it. I'm like, oh, there's a bottom wick. Nice. How big is, did we come down top of my support level? Okay, not bad. Yeah, I guess we can place buy stops there. Not bad. Buy stops on the break of 1950.180 here. All right. 1950.180 buy stops. Brooks, you're struggling, brother. Yo, I think cause I don't check your Zoom settings, bro. You're struggling. I see you struggling, but I didn't say anything. I thought you could figure it out. But it's been a good solid 5 minutes, 10 minutes here. You're struggling to join the Zoom call. Oh no. I got buy stops at 1950.32 on blueberry markets. Yeah, if you need help, Wix, just hit me up. Do you need Stop loss is previous candle low. Yeah, stop loss is previous candle low. Are you not concerned about the 1 hour wick to the left? No. So we discussed this morning. This is what we discussed all morning. The whole idea behind the trade is that this 30-minute candle closed above the range, right? So this is the first time we close above. This wicks is always gonna be wicks. Yes, there's wicks, but all those wicks have done one thing, and those wicks have all closed below this resistance. We not once have ever closed above. So closure above it indicates you have volume and indicates that you're breaking out of the range. So on the flip here, we should just easy drive up towards like 54-ish. Should be pretty clean. Yo guys, we can actually use current candle lows too, because here's the thing. This actually no, sorry, no, we can't. I thought for a second this is a new 1 hour candle. I was gonna say if we flip bow, we can use the current candle stops, but it's the 1 hour stops is down here still. Right, so this is what I'm talking about earlier. So this candle could come down, create a bottom wick here. For all we know, it can just break. It can come all the way down here, and if it comes all the way down here, what's gonna happen on the 1 hour time frame is the 1 hour candle will just be rejecting that resistance. So that's why we need to break this high, and you need a bottom wick for just extra 2 cherry on tops. What stop loss? It's gonna be around like 42 pips, and TP's up here for like 110 pip runners. Enter on flip. You can enter on flip if you want, but I'm going to enter re-regular highs. I think yesterday was the issue with the flip. Same thing happened yesterday with the flip. I think the flip yesterday was very choppy. It wasn't until you broke the previous kind of high. Use current count stops. Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah. Wait, why did they ban poutine? What? Isn't poutine a Canadian thing? Oh, I get it. That's funny. That's crazy. You draw a bank of crypto, wire transfer. Bank. Don, are there any traders that you watch? No, I don't watch any traders. I get distracted. I don't really like to watch other traders like that. Like I just not at all. Like when I first started, yeah, and like maybe like beginning of last year, but like I just like I don't follow anyone on social media, like on like my trading account. I don't follow any other traders because one, like I don't want to, you know, get, like mix my concepts up with them, and also another thing is I just, you know, yeah, that's basically the reason. So no. Like I don't sit here after and be like, what did Thing do today? What did this guy do today? What did you know? Like I'll support them though. Like I definitely support our traders, yeah. But like I DM them and stuff, and I'm like, yo, shout out to you, whatever, you're doing good stuff. But like I would never like just sit there and watch like how they broke down gold and caught the pips, you know. Where are you from? Toronto, Canada. How do you feel about the last episode? I didn't watch it yet, man. I didn't watch it yet. I gotta watch it. If you come down to like the last 15-minute candle here, if we come down to 745 and we don't flip, we don't break the highs, I am going to delete the sell stops or the buy stops. All right. But yeah, I'm going to do the buy stops because it will come down to the last 15 of the hourly candle and expecting this last 15 of the hourly candle to pull back steeper. And this 1 hour candle, if it comes down to the last 15, we might as well wait for the 1 hour candle to close. Right. So the same thing happening on 30 could be the same thing happening on the 1 hour candle. But yeah, it looks like I'm just going to delete them right now, actually. Going to delete the buy stops. I'm going to wait for this candle to close. It's very key here that this 15 and 30-minute candle closes respecting 1947, because if you close below, then high chance we're just going to reject to drive down. So we really need to close respecting the support level right here. If you close respecting it, at least we have life. If you close respecting it, you have the 1 hour closing above, and you also have like a 30-minute candle closing respecting that support. Yeah. See the 1 hour candle, guys? Right? That was the issue here. So now that we're starting to reject, we may just end up ranging until NFP. If it's not happening now, then when will it happen? 8:15? I highly doubt it. GJ is coming down here. GJ is looking clean, yeah. I'll stay away for the alley candle as well on GJ too. You need a 30 closure below here, right? I said a 30 closure, which is also a 1 hour closure. So wait for ADM here to see how we close on the GJ, because we can just respect that support still. So look left there. The 15 came up, came down before in the past. The 30-minute came up, came down before in the past, and the 1 hour came up, the 1 hour never closed above yet. When can I find your podcast? It's coming out Saturday, I think. I think Marcos is done editing it. It's not mine. It's Marcos' podcast, so it's in his hands. I think he's done it. He just needs to add the intros. Like, he has to find an editor to make the intro, and that's it. Love the way you trade, man. Hey. Oh shoot, Wixes. Yo. Right? Patience, guys. Patience. If you jumped the gun early there, which you shouldn't have, you fucked up. you should have waited for a closure, right? Or should wait for the break of the highs. It's like similar yesterday. I think before our trade yesterday we took, prices was like just hovering over the flip and never broke the highs. And then there was no like volume, there was no clear direction until we actually broke the highs. That was very key. These little nuances like this is very key to your trading. It comes a long way, man. Trust me. It's not as simple as it looks. Like, it's not like as like I'm waiting for a closure and that's it. There's a lot more that comes to it. And you gotta be able to like look at these things and understand these concepts, these small minor concepts, because it comes a very long way. There should be a lot of detail, like yesterday when Ted said, a lot of detail should be behind your trades and your setups and your ideas, right? That's what you gotta do. Why you stop taking impulse entries? I'll show you why. I'll show you why after, because we have a spreadsheet and it shows like what happened after we start taking impulse entries. Impulse entries were a death of me. Because it's more, impulse entries is more of an emotional entry. It's like, for instance, like impulse entries today on gold, bro. Imagine the amount of impulse entries people would have took here. Impulse as we're breaking ties, right? And what would have happened? We would have came back into the range and you would have been screwed. So that's why I don't like the idea of impulse entries. Jeez. I'll make a video on the importance of the last 15 or first 15 of a 4-hour candle. I get confused with those concepts. Oh, that's a good idea. Yo guys, the next update in our course will be maybe one of the biggest updates, because I feel like um it needs to be updated too. Like, like today's like my analysis over the years have, obviously there's a lot more detail behind it now, and I feel like that's missing in like the previous updates. So I'm gonna do a pretty decent update this time around. I should finish it by April, by end of the month. I'm spending this whole entire month just making videos, and by the end of the month I'm gonna update it on the course, so those course members will get a free update. And that's what it should be though. Like I don't understand why a lot of courses out there, they just have one course from like 2014, 2013, 2016, and they just have there for the next 4 or 5 years, and their strategy is completely different now. Never made sense to me. That's why I update them yearly. If it's not a big update, it's just a little thing. It's little nuances. Like last year was something small, but this year should be a lot bigger. It takes time for sure, but why did I sell courses? Why did I launch them for free? Yeah, there'll be Asian sessions for YouTube membership. I just haven't been like on my desk during Asian recently. Playbook's life changing. Hey, I'm glad. Hey, I invested the $40. What currency is this? Thanks for the 40, brother. Thanks for the donate. Yo, guys, don't donate, please. Yo, Wix, I can't hear you for talking. Can you check my last session I did? Yeah, we have like 10 minutes here, guys. Be patient here. Wait for this 1 hour candle to close. I'm just gonna review some charts here for a bit. Let's see what charts you got today. We got a lot of charts. Sharish chart over here. No train zone. Possible buys above 30 pips. That's solid. Yeah. Yeah, to 45. That's clean. This is early this morning, right? You caught this. 50. Yeah, you definitely caught that. That's nice. Yeah, that's solid. 14 pips. It's W. What is this? Broke this key level. A little wick form, so that's good. 30-minute candle closed above. Here's the thing, like if we were to have a small wick on like the new third candle or whatever candle, I'll wait for the breakout lows to break now instead of the flip, right? Because the low would break, because like the moment you break these lows, it indicates that you're breaking this is a new high, right? Whereas if you're still forming the top wick and you're just within this range here, and you're not breaking the lows, this wick can literally come all the way up to here for all we know. So I'll wait for that top wick. I'll wait for a steeper top wick and then enter in a flip, or I'll wait for a small top wick and then break it at lows. But I'm not sure what happened in this trade here. I think you should be good, right? I think you're good to come down towards 152, or you were. Solid, man. Pretty good chart. Pretty good levels. Nice levels. Solid. Yeah, this is London. This is so clean. This is a trade that I think a lot of you guys caught, right? During London, you had like just a simple breakout here. Closure above 30-minute count. The candle on this count came up. Yeah, it's solid. It's very clean. That 1 hour counts as rejection. 150 level expected. Yeah, I believe once you get a 1 hour closure here, you should just drop easy down towards like 152.797 here. Wait for this 1 hour close though. It's the last 15-minute candle of this hourly candle. So since we're tapping this minor support level right around here, expect this candle to just reject to pull back for the 8 a.m. candle to drive down. So we may get some sells on GJ actually if we do close below here. With the NY volume, which should bring in a lot of volume too. Yeah. My only issue here is that you're tapping this 4 hour support, but it's gonna be you're tapping this 4 hour and daily support here. This is the issue. So I really want this candle to maybe pull back here, close below that 1 hour support, which is down here, and leave us enough range to drive down. Because what you want is by the time you tap this 4 hour support around these levels here, you want to be risk free. You want to take advantage of this 4 hour support, this daily support, and expect the next candle to just drive down as your break even. Because now you're putting your trust into the fact that your break even should just run all the way through and we won't reject there. But you can't ignore this. Like, you gotta really accept that there's a support here. And when I open, we'll push up, right?
I guess we'll never know.
You know? By the looks of it, by the 1 hour closing below, I highly doubt it. I think what's gonna happen now is we're rejecting this resistance. You're most likely gonna maybe drive down now towards the bottom of this range here to fill this range at 1942. So I wouldn't be looking for buys just yet. I think a 1 hour closure above will be clean, and that might come at 9 a.m. at this point. Because going back to what we said earlier about our onion play, right? The next possible setup here is going to be price drives down here and then comes down towards that support level. And then this is going to be the I'll say 7:30. It depends how we close it, but if it closes like this, the next candle should drive. So like this should be the 8 a.m. candle to 8:30 candle coming down towards the support level. And then at that support level, what happens is price finds support, right? And then after you find support, you should drive back up to retest the highs. And then once you find support, that's another 30-minute candle. So this is going to be 8:30. This is going to be 8:39. And this is your 9 a.m. candle. If you go back on a 4 hour candle, what's happening here is if you go back on a 4 hour candle, this story right here, I drew out on a 4 hour candle is just a 4 hour rejection. So here, if we come down now towards the support level, let me draw it again on my screen. If you come down now towards that support level by 9, you're gonna close at 9 a.m. like around like I'm just gonna average it out to like around like 1942ish around here, right? So if you close here on a 4 hour candle, go back on a 4 hour candle. What's gonna happen? The 4 hour candle is just gonna be rejecting that resistance here, and then it'll look something like this. It might close bearish. That's all that's happening there. And then as you take buyers to retest the highs, yeah, you're taking buyers to retest the highs, but you're not. It's not like you're breaking 4 hour highs. So the price on the next 4 hour candle could just be doing this. Your buys could be like this. As the 4 hour candle creates a top wick to go down, your buys would be that top wick being created. Does that make sense? Like the retest on the new 4 hour candle wick, top wick, will be your buys on a small time frame. And if you're not comfortable with that, if you're not comfortable with the fact that you're taking a buy with the 4 hour candle being bearish, then don't take the buys. Wait for the sells below a range 2 breakout. But that's only if that were to set up. If that doesn't set up, then you can just kind of scratch that idea out. Yeah, it's 30-minute candle here. If it closes below here, you're gonna drive. Should be clean. Yeah, NFP as well. Like anything can happen. Like we can literally push up an NFP. I want us to push up too. Like don't get me wrong. I want us to push up. I really want us to break above 47 today, but you can't force it, right? You gotta wait for it to happen. Don, people want to know what you do if you lost yesterday's gold trade. I guess we'll never know. Hey, try to keep the chat in English. Yeah, yeah. If you risk 1% per trade, you adjust the lots you use based on your stop loss. I use fixed risk or fixed lots / percentage risk. So as the stops get bigger, I adjust them. Yeah. Yo, Wix, are you here? I can't hear you. Like you know, like you're on cam. How many times you back test in a month? 0. I don't back test. I forward test. I don't like the deal back. Okay, back test for me is like, it's cool if you want to like back test, like find the direction of trades, but overall direction of trades for me, it's bias per day is like 9% accurate. Like it's that's like second nature to me. The issue is like looking for entries and looking for these little nuances that I can't find in back testing. I gotta do forward testing for that. Like the fake out, avoiding fake outs, range 1, range 2 breakouts, like those things. That's what I found during forward testing throughout the last 2 years. Yeah, this thing's on a drop, guys. You should see gold come down towards 42 minimum, 43-ish. Unless you close respecting 1947 here, but I don't think you are. 18 seconds, anything can happen. Use RSIs. I've used them in the past already. I don't use them for a reason, right? How do you recover losses? Manage risk. Works where you came on the stream. Clickbait you guys for an hour.
There's something wrong with my mic.
Wait, you're trying to talk the whole time?
No, I wasn't trying to talk. It wasn't something wrong with my mic. I turned on Zoom and it's you know the little selection on the bottom that shows participants mute, stop video.
Yeah.
It was just not there. It was gone. That whole menu thing wasn't there. I had to restart my computer like 2 or 3 times.
Damn. I knew you were struggling.
I was like, what the fuck? This didn't look like it looked like fake ass Zoom. Like it had no buttons, it had no options, nothing. I was like, damn, I got.
Hey, you see gold?
I see gold.
Yeah, I think we're gonna range here till or come down to at least NFP here.
BJ's the play.
Yeah, GG's a play here. Oh yeah, GG's a play. I forgot. Yeah, I forgot. I didn't look at GG. I forgot, guys.
Flip.
Yeah. Sell stops on the flip. What am I doing? I wasn't. This is what we were waiting for earlier. Thanks for coming by. I completely forgot about this. I was like, yo, we get close below. We get a 1 hour wick fill. We're good. Yeah, guys. Gonna have a sell stop on GG here. So basically, the whole idea behind the trade is that we're close below here on the hourly, and we close below here on the 30. So with this kind of opening up with no bottom wick, once you flip bearish, you should be clean to drive down towards the next support level, which is down at like 152.797 here, minimum 153 ish levels.
Look how it opened perfectly.
Yeah, stop loss is like gonna be. This is a perfect opening. 20 pips for stop loss, and TP is gonna be 33 pips. Not bad. 153.344. Not bad. Yeah. Earlier on, we had that 1 hour came down, but I didn't take off the rally because it closed right at support for me. And then I wait for a 30 instead, and this is a 30. Looking good. By the time we come down and we tap that wick there for the wick fill, we should be having like maybe like 8 pips in profit, like 10 pips in profit at that point, tapping this minor support level. So at that point, I'm going to go risk free and close partials and all that good stuff. You guys know my broker has no commissions on on gold.
Stop.
Yeah, no commissions on gold. The $7 commission on GJ. So fire. I was like, wait, no commissions on gold on Blueberry Markets? That's dope.
What's your spread?
On GJ right now, 0.7 pips, 0.6.
It's half of mine.
Yeah, it's 8. It's right around, it's like 0.4, 0.3,
Yeah,
0.10.
yeah, I got 1.5.
Tyler's been using Blueberry for like 6 months now too.
He's been getting paid? Does he have withdrawals?
Yeah, I think so. Let me put this here so you guys don't get confused, guys. Let me put the 1 hour here so you guys aren't like waiting for any closure. You need a 1 hour closure above 1947, okay? Expect gold now to drive down towards this minor support now, like 1940 maybe here. And then from that support, price has to make a decision. It can either reject to drive up, or it can just break through and continue further down. If it breaks further down, I will say we're breaking into a very rangy area. But if it respects it and it closes bullish at support, then you're gonna see it drive up to retest the highs. But NFP's in 25 minutes here. Yeah, so earlier on, I said earlier, guys, like you tap that 4 hour support level and they said how you can't ignore it, right? And I wanted to kind of really pull back. But the thing is, like now we have self stops here. By the time you come down to retest that 4 hour lows, the 4 hour support, that's like 8 pips in profit. And looking left on the 30-minute and 1 hour as well, by the time you tap that 1 hour support, it's a minor level of support, which you can move your stops to break even on. And that. So yeah, we'll be taking advantage of that. Should get like a minimum like 8-10 pips there before we drop further down. And if you just come up to break 1 hour highs, then there's no buys or there's no sells. Simple. No spreads? No, I got spreads for sure, but I got no commissions. I got spreads for sure, no commissions. Yeah, and they're regulated in Canada. Like I don't really care for regulation, but I guess it's something. But I'm pretty sure they're gonna kick me out within like a year or so because I'm Canadian. So Canada's very strict. Gold no 1 hour no top wick. Yeah, it has no top wick here. If you look at the 1 hour as well, like you know what? Yeah, so here, the 1 hour candle here, guys, pay attention. You closed bearish, respecting the support here. So this 1 hour candle with no top wick at any given point could just reject to fly back up. I'll be very careful taking sells. Like that's why I'm not taking sells here as well. I need the sells to be below like minimum like 1934, right? I'm avoiding this range for sells. But if you're respecting the support and you have no top wick, this candle can just flip at any given point to drive back up. Just be cautious here, man.
Oh. What is you and Wick's goal in Forex? I'm trying to draw my goals in this industry too. That's why I'm asking. Well, get out of the goal mindset and get into the growth mindset. Start growing every day. Just be better than you were yesterday. Learn something. Don't have a set goal.
Very good answer. Yeah, I was gonna say the same. Don't have a set goal, because what it does is it just adds pressure for no reason. You're adding pressure. Like, if, let's say you have a goal of like making 100K this year, or you have a goal of, you know, catching 10 pips this today. Once you have that goal, you're now gonna have pressure. Like, you're now saying, okay, I need to get 10 pips. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna force positions to get 10 pips, or I'm gonna force positions to make 100K this year, and that's just unnecessary pressure that you don't need.
And let's say you reach your goal. What do you do then?
More goals. Like,
I mean, you know, you always got to improve. Always got to be improving. You're never the perfect version of yourself. You'll never get there. But you can always strive to achieve a little bit of a better version of yourself every day, right? Be better than you were yesterday.
can we activate?
Yeah, we can.
Here goes. Find a link. Yeah. You can use current candle stops, guys, but just be aware that you can easily break the 1 hour highs, the current 1 hour highs, and still respect the previous candle highs. And that's the issue with using current candle stops. But yes, it does now become a logical stop too, because as you flip bearish, you're expecting now this top wick to be a current 1 hour high. And if price wants to drive down, it shouldn't break that 1 hour high. It should just easily respect that and flip bear to drive further towards the next support. If we don't activate by 8:15, I might just, or 8:20, I'm just gonna delete the sell stops, because you have NFP.
You have news?
NFP.
Oh, it's Friday.
Yeah, come on, Wix.
I had a long week.
I could tell you were struggling today.
Down bad.
I mean, it's okay. You had a profit week, right? 2 trades?
Oh yeah.
No, you had a runner. You had a 70 pip runner on GJ.
Yeah.
Yeah. Marco's got a runner today. You got a daily runner. The opening on the daily candle opening, close at the day support, onion play.
Nice. 100 pips.
Yeah, I think he closed full at 69 or something.
Nice.
I'm closing 50% partials. Let me just put that there for you guys too, and close 50% partials. All right. If you guys are new here, if you guys want to follow the trades that we take on stream, these are our trades we take throughout the year. 16 wins on stream, 4 losses, 5 break evens. These are each month. If you guys want the spreadsheet, just do exclamation point trades or journal for the template. Where you're putting your stop loss, it's gonna be the previous kind of high. It's gonna be 20 pips. This high right around here, because as long as you respect this high, this GG candle should drop down. I don't see why not. Yeah, you should drive towards like 153 minimum. Yeah, if you close bullish, guys, above 153, 197 in about 2 minutes here on a 15, I'm just gonna delete the buy stops, and then wait for NFP to play out.
And this looks solid as hell.
Yeah.
The 1 hours, even if the 1 hour closes bullish, as long as it respects 153,197 there.
They're expecting good numbers for NFP as well. But for everything going on right now, I'm not sure.
Right now.
Not sure how much it'll play out. NFP should be interesting today. Do you break their minute highs? Yeah, we did. Right? Yeah, we broke their minute highs. Yeah. Here's the thing, guys. Like, you break 15 highs, you break their minute highs, but you're still respecting 1 hour highs. 1 hour never broke the highs.
This trade's based mostly on the 1 hour.
Yep. How are you gonna treat NFP or not? We're not gonna have any buy stops and sell stops if you guys are coming here for that. I don't gamble. I never do. We never do. No impulse entries, no gambling here, guys.
This might be quick too.
Yeah, that 5 has clean traffic to go down here. Once this 5 comes down to fill its range, will be activated, and then boop, should drop down 153.086 minimum. Look at the 5. It's so clean. 5. Clean traffic to activate our buy stops, our sell stops. Sorry.
And the bullish 15 here is closing respecting C153197. Oh, might even break before then. Activated.
Oh, nice. Guys, got on a sell stop here. So our steps got activated here. Got on some sells. Stop loss is going to be the previous 1 hour candle high, which is up here for 19-20 pips. And then TP is going to be roughly down here for around 34 pips. Once you come down to fill this wick on a 1 hour time frame at 153.055, will be roughly like 8 to 9 pips in profit. And at that given point, we'll be closing partials. And then rest run until TP. But look left, you should drop down towards there. Look left, you just have clean traffic driving down towards that minor support level. All right. And then TP is roughly down here. Should be clean.
Yeah, and don't look at the 15 or the 30 here. I mean, we took the trade off the 1 hour. It looks prettier off the 1 hour. It'll probably calm your nerves, and it's valid. It's very solid off the 1 hour. Makes complete sense. Look at the top wick we made. We collected all these orders. It's 8 a.m. volume time. We closed below range on a strong bearish candle. This one came up, made a very decent top wick. Flipped. I mean, it's only one way to go. 153. Coming in hot. Coming in hot.
I'm not too worried about this wick getting filled. I'm more worried about the support here. So that's why like our break-even point is right there. It has nothing to do with how many pips we're in profit by. It's more so looking left. What's happening looking left, and there's struggle there. So when there's struggle, we want to take advantage of that level.
Bringing my stops to the current candle because.
Oh yeah, 1 hour high. That makes sense. Yeah. Should get a push. Yep, here goes. I'm like,
I want to be out by NFP.
I want to be out by 9:30, 8:30 as well. I want to break even minimum. Here we go. Driving down.
Yeah, minimum.
All right.
I got 3 pips.
All right. Not bad. You got 3? Really?
Yeah, what do you have?
Yeah, 4.
I need someone to go break even for me. I gotta go take my kids to school.
All right. I'm gonna put my hand on the trigger just in case. All right, guys. I'm gonna move my stops to break even here, making this a risk-free trade now. You're tapping that minor level of support there, and looking left, right? So you're tapping this minor level of support here. So this is a level you should take advantage of. So minimum break even here. Gonna also close 50% of my positions here at around like 9 pips here as well, 8-9 pips here. I'm gonna lock it in. I know like it's not officially a 10, but looking left, you're tapping this minor support. So I'd rather take advantage of it here and close partials on 8 than leave it run and hit break even, right? So risk-free trade.
I
And
don't know how you're doing this. I got 6.
I got 8.
7.
8. Nice. 153 point. What's your entry? 153.127.
153.122.
All right, nice. Yeah. So guys, we're break even now. Shows here at plus pips. Leave runner until TP. Okay, so we're break even here. The question is now, are we gonna break this level, right? But the best thing about this trade now is you're break even, and you have nothing to worry about. You worst case, you might get slipped on a break even by a pip or two, but that's the worst thing that can happen here. You're risk free, and you're putting your trust into the daily candle now, I'll say, because daily candle, once it rebreaks is low, it should drive clean down towards the next range, which is down here at like 152.787, or even a 4 hour candle driving down, right? But just be aware of these levels, this heavy 4 hour support and this 1 hour support here, looking left. But yeah, chat, runners here, so nice.
She's a runner, she's a track star.
Nice positions. Another W for the stream.
There we go. There we go. 10.
Yeah, I might close more partials like around like maybe like 15 or something here, 20-ish around these levels here.
I got you. I'm gonna be back in 15 minutes.
All right, bro, leave me again. W chat. That was a pretty simple trade though. That wasn't anything too complex, you know. That's pretty simple. I think a lot easier than yesterday for some of you guys to recognize. If you were new yesterday and came to the streams, it would have been a lot more complicated for you. Yeah, pat yourself in the back. You know, you wait patiently for sells and you got them. Yo, can we get a W spam for Instagram real quick, chat? Appreciate it. Okay, thank you. Oh, we have 1.1k followers. That means viewers. I didn't check the viewers. Thanks guys for being here. That's insane. Damn. W plus 10 pips 5. Yeah, shout out to Wish for coming by, because like I was locked in the GJ there, but like the first like 5 minutes of that 1 hour candle, I did not even like look at it. The first 2 minutes there. Why are you still on the low, bro? I've been still on the low for the last 2 years. Look at the gold 1 hour flip. Yeah. So here that's talking about this as well. Yeah, the 1 hour candle here was respecting the support now, and now that we're starting to flip bullish, you should see us probably tap like 1947 here. It should just be a clean push up, and then at 8:30 here, if we close above at 8:30, this volume can be, this count can be, you can look at it as like this count collecting orders for NY to drive up. If you do close above like 1947 here at 8:30, but yeah, this look left there, this 1 hour count just respected the support. We never close below. Yeah, careful with gold. Yeah. Oh, Ted's here. Yeah. It's going to drop. Yeah. I mean, if it drops, like, I don't think I'll be interested until like maybe you break below like 1933 here. You know, Ted, I'll just send the Zoom call if you want to come by. You can join if you want to. No pressure. Yep. See how we tapped that level, guys? We rejected. That's why we closed partials there. It's not a reason. If we survive this top wick on the next, I'll say the next 15-minute candle in 7 minutes, which is very unlikely, then we'll be good at drive. But we gotta see a closure here first. Don, is 1950 on a daily time frame gold a good point of interest? Yeah, so that's what we talked about earlier. If we do break above like 47, you're looking at 50s and then 1954, but you need a closure on a 1 hour above, I believe.
Oh, look at me, I'm back.
You're back.
Why not?
Good morning.
Morning. Yeah, so I think trading gold this morning is very, you have to be very cautious. NFP is probably going to be good for the US dollar, but I think we're going to be overshadowed by the tensions in the Ukraine. I think what we talked about earlier this week has happened, right? So remember we were talking about we needed an escalation for gold to drive.
Yeah.
And we got the escalation last night. In addition to that, Putin has basically come out and said that he's not stopping until he takes over Ukraine. So I expect something to happen over the weekend. And if you notice too, a lot of things happen between the hours of like 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. in the Ukraine. So if you're paying attention to the war in the Ukraine, essentially what it is now, keep track of those times. And that's when they usually start to mount their attack, Russia, like they attack early morning. They don't attack like at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So you can definitely catch some ideas at that point as well. But I don't really trust this NFP, to be honest. If it does dip, I think that's actually pretty good for us to take buys further up to go to probably 1970, 2000s. I can't. Where we are now in price, and because of what's going on in Russia, I think these sells will be short-lived. It'll probably dip, but I'm not going to participate in it. It's just similar to what happened with ADP. We'll get a pullback, but then it's going to be more prevalent, the Russia situation.
Yeah. They're also expecting some mixed folders too. Yeah. You know how you say that technicals usually follow the news? Do you think the major banks and hedge funds get news earlier, and maybe that's why they place trades in that direction?
I mean, not necessarily. They get news ahead of time. They just anticipate things better, and they obviously 1 minute before the news, the information is released, so they do get that as well. But I think, like I said, I really don't think there's any benefit of trading NFP today because of the overshadowing of what's going on in the Ukraine with Russia. And that's just my opinion. If you want to take trades, we could see that gold is pulled up and it's going to rip down. I assume it'll rip probably to fill at least 1939 and then potentially even down to 1933 if we do go bearish, because of the fact that the NFP news is good for the US dollar, but it's not looking good because even like there's this news that just came out now. If you watch the feed on whatchamacallit, on Forex Factory, the news feed, they've even talked about it too. If you go into Forex Factory and their latest news, you'll see NATO says the days to come in Ukraine are likely to be worse. Like they've been tweeting that. Yeah, they've been tweeting that. So there's
It's expected though, no? Like to be worse.
Yeah. And that's what I mean, right? So NFP, yeah, it'll be positive, and then you know what? I think, I mean, if you want to open up a small account and gamble, I
Oh,
would
no,
say
no.
towards the end of the day, maybe open up a buy position with gold and either say I'm gonna burn this account or it's gonna triple because it'll gap up over Sunday night. So like if you had a $500 account, take like $20 out of that account, make a new account, buy gold today at around like 2 p.m. Eastern or 3 p.m. Eastern, and let it run to over the weekend. You'll either burn the $20 or it'll triple, right? Because you expect gold to gap up over the weekend with all the escalations. Because that's what happened last weekend, right?
Yeah, huge gap.
I just wouldn't say use your main account. It just doesn't make sense. Because you just blow your account if it doesn't happen. It's easier just to do that and be like, hey, it's red or black. But if you have negative balance on your account, you have to pay it back. No, most brokers have negative balance protection.
Yeah, I think some brokers before like 2019, like they didn't apply them, but I think after like 2020, like a lot of brokers applied them. I think Vantage FX never had them before. Yeah,
And keep in mind too, these for this to be really good, it has to blow the I guess the report out of the water as well. And both the unemployment rate and the NFP rate have to be very good. So it's something to keep in mind.
here goes. News chat. Let's see what happens. I'm not expecting much here. And,
Neither am I.
and if I am expecting much, then I'm probably going to take positions like 9 a.m. after this forward candle closes. I think it's because the forward candle is just at a tough spot right now. It's at that resistance, and like it doesn't know what it wants to do yet. So I think this news will either drive it up to close it bullish above the range to drive it up towards like 1960s, or if it closes bearish, you might just see it come down and fill this range here at like 39, 35-ish levels. So I think
Yeah, so everything was really good. So you're going to see a nice drop now.
yeah, that's not too good.
But we know it's going to be good, right? So we
Yeah.
know that this is going to set up for further things for gold. Like the numbers are huge.
Damn, 678K.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is unexpected. This is expected. Yeah. Try to say now, like, you're gonna probably see this. I mean, we may, I don't know. Let's see. We could come down to 939 here, but it's gonna come down to this forward candle for me. I really want to see this forward candle. Maybe if we close below like 1933, then we can see for a drop coming down towards like 1924-ish levels. But this range that we're in right now is gonna be very tough for me to take sells in. I'm not gonna take sells in this range, and I may not even consider taking sells in this range. I might just consider taking sells like below here, but or I might not take anything at all today. But it's gonna come down to this 4-hour candle. And that was the issue, like even like from the start of this new forward candle at 5 a.m. like the moment we closed at resistance, it just showed that like this forward candle was going to be a very hard candle to trade. I think London session was a lot cleaner for those who trade London. You had positions at 4 a.m. With that forward candle closing bullish at support, breaking highs, but now with the forward candle at resistance, it's tough. It's similar to what happened on the daily candle. I think it was on the 1st of March on Tuesday. Yeah, you guys, I hit break even on GG, by the way. So we got our 10 pips. We came down, tapped that minor support. We took advantage of that. Manage your risk, you guys can do whatever you guys want to do. Close partials, close half. I just closed half at 10 and then I let the rest run, hit break even, and yeah, got 10. But I think it comes down to the 4 count as well. If this 4 count decides to close on GJ below 153060, you can probably see the next 4 count drive further down, but it's going to be very tough here the last 30 minutes here. I'll say wait for the 4 count to close. It's your plan. Yeah, you shouldn't be complaining, guys. You guys got GJ. Any positions, Ted, or not yet? No.
No, I'm not taking any positions with this.
You still look at US 30, or is it just gold right now?
Just gold. Yeah. But it should dump as expected. I mean, this is just the market setting up right now. But I mean, like I said, we're overshadowed by all the tensions in the Ukraine.
The only thing I noticed is that the 1 hour here, like this range that we're in, is being respected, looking on the left there. So this 1 hour count never closed below, and now it's just flipping bullish.
Yep.
So maybe like, you could, I mean, it comes down to if we close above it or not, but it's a tough area. Why dump? He just explained it. Go back like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Your Wix, break even?
Yeah, I closed 10 pips and then it hit break even while I was gone right now.
Not too shabby.
Hey, win's a win.
Yeah.
Sometimes a loss is a win if everything happens the way you expect it to and you follow your plan. Every time you follow your plan, you're a winner.
Yeah.
It's a win. You came, you executed, you did what you were supposed to do, you did your job. You know, nothing's 100%, but look, we got to win today. We got to win yesterday. We got to win the day before that. So.
Oh yeah, back to back to back. That's our first GJ win, I think, since February, right?
Year?
Yeah. Nah, that's not this year, right? I think January we took. Nah, we got GJ wins. We haven't got wins in February though on GJ. It was all gold. 2 losses on GJ in February, or 2 losses.
GJ, don't forget, GJ ranged for like a good few weeks.
Yeah.
In February, so we didn't have many opportunities. We'll have opportunities, and they'll be hitting the same win rate as our current opportunities on gold. I mean,
over time. What if we go didn't dump and close above 1948? It comes down to the forward candle. Depends how we close. I'm not gonna play I'm not gonna guess how we're gonna close. I'm gonna wait to see how we close. We can close below 1933 for all we know, or we can close above 1961. Who knows? Anything can happen. But your job is just to wait. Simply wait. Wait for confirmation. This is a tough range, guys.
Well, it's very easy right now because you don't have to do anything. You can just see the tough range and not do anything.
Yeah, Chad, go play Wordle or something. Man, I had this green tea sitting by here. I forgot about it. God, that early. Peace out, man. Have a great day. First time I've seen this move on NFP. Most of NFPs is either boom or bam. Not really. Like I've seen NFPs where we haven't moved at all. Like this is pretty, especially with everything going on right now too. Like I wasn't expecting much. Like let's say there wasn't anything going on right now around the world, and it was just NFP. Then yeah, you would expect something a lot more decent. But will news overcome that news, right? Damn, we hit 1.2k viewers today, guys. Thanks, guys, for being here. Very dope. Nice, yeah. GG coming down to re-break the lows there. It comes down to this hourly candle, guys. If you close below, then yeah, you're gonna see the next hourly candle dip down towards 152 here. But you need a closure here. You really need a closure. The last thing we want to do is enter here, right? And then the last 20 minutes, 15 minutes of this forward candle just pulls back and creates a top wick or bottom wick here. And then you're stuck in a pullback with no closures below, and you're shitting your pants.
Eyes is blurry.
Oh, I was muted? How long was I muted for?
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn, I was speaking the whole time. Oh, man. Like 10 minutes? 5 minutes?
No, like a minute.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was saying, like, you have interest rates on the 15th of March, I think, or the 14th. I think it's the 15th. That should be interesting.
This damn camera, yo. First it was the mic, now it's the camera.
It's a bad day. It's okay. You got your 10.
Yeah, I got my 10.
Even if I think for those that even if you guys like attempted buy us and sell us for news, I don't think anything would have been activated. Those that gambled. Never broke the highs, never broke any lows, kind of just floated. Possible wick fill on 30-minute time frame. Maybe. But just expect this candle to, it's the last 15 of the 4-hour candle here, right? So I'll wait for the 4-hour candle to close. Again, like look at the 4-hour candle. There's just no sense of direction right now. It's at, yeah, we're at resistance, cool, but it doesn't mean we're gonna reject. We can literally close above. Right, but if we close bearish, then yeah, you can say the next 4-hour candle will drive down to fill like 36. But wait for that. Be patient. No need to jump the gun earlier here.
Yeah, this NFP has been a dud. I'm just watching it now, and it's just there's no direction, nothing.
Why is nothing moving? Well, at least you got GJ moving. That's if you treat GJ. Yeah, should be coming down. 152.797 here. Looks like it's gonna get tapped. And if you come down today and you end up breaking, here's the thing, like, yes, like I think the daytime from target's getting tapped now as we're tapping these levels here. Those kind of like resistance form there, support form there, bearish closure at resistance to come down. And there's a support right here, right? Pretty hefty support. But if you come down and break below these levels here, you're gonna have clean traffic now towards the next support, and that next support is at 151,500. So even if you missed on this range here, you can get more sells later on once you start to close below these levels here. So wait for the 4-hour candle to close, And from the next 4 accounts should give you some more opportunities if you close below 152.879 here. If you don't close below, then it might be pretty choppy in this range, but I'll wait for that closure because you have a lot of clean traffic. Like even if you miss that move, you have clean ranges here, you have clean ranges here, so plenty of ranges. Earlier on Wix 9, they're like, yo, why are you guys buying GG support? Why are you buying that support?
You mean selling?
Oh, you're selling that support, yeah. Why are you selling that support?
You're tweaking.
Jesus Bay. You guys were like the last month. You guys were saying, "Oh, I'm never trading GJ again. I'm gonna forget about GJ." And once it starts to move again, you guys are falling in love with GJ again. And like it happens, guys. Like months like this will happen where we move on certain pairs, and other months we might not move. Like gold might move this month, great. Next month it might not move at all. Who knows? Pairs have those months. It's not always gonna be a night like algo weeks and months. You know, some days it might just range, some weeks might just range. This is how the market works. But it's also a reason why we didn't take anything last week, right? Or last month on GJ. Yeah, TP ended up getting hit. Nice. Yeah, I was if it wasn't for this support here, I would have, I don't know. It would have been a lot cleaner, but like it rejected off that support level. It came up, tapped our entry, and then it came down, right? If this support wasn't here, I'm pretty sure we would have just drove down. If you were to cover this up like this on GJ, this is all clean traffic driving price down. But you have some minor levels, and those minor levels affect the trade a lot. Yeah. This last 15 of gold here. If you notice, guys, we closed bearish here at this resistance now. So this candle here opened up, closed bearish. This candle opened up with no bottom wick. I believe once you create that top wick and you flip bear, this thing should just drive down towards like the 4-3 mark. And if it drives down towards the 4-3 mark, then that 4 candle will most likely close strong bear around 4-3, 4-2, if that was to be the case. Wow, GJ. Wow, wow, wow. This day candle was like 120 pips.
Wonder how many people in the Signal channel are still in there.
Nah, break even hit for sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How high did it come up?
No, for sure hit breaking because it was exact entry I gave. 153, 136, and that hit break even. But we got 10. We closed partials at 10, and then the hit break even after. Not too bad.
Wix, you're still experimenting with stops at current candle. Yes, I am. I just didn't have the time to open my laptop today on today's trade, so I didn't take that today's trade on.
You would have survived it, right?
On that account, yeah, but I would have survived it. It would still be running. I mean, it would probably hit TP right now.
Yeah. So would you ever consider entering a position after 10 a.m.? Yeah. I mean, sometimes, yeah. It depends on the market conditions, yeah. Sometimes we get, like, I think my cutoff time will be like 11 a.m. for trades, usually. once every blue moon you get positions at 1 or 2 p.m. or you get moves at 1 or 2 p.m. But I'm usually not there for that. I'm usually doing something after. Guys, you guys don't understand. Like after my stream ends, like or after my cutoff time for trading, I'm not on the markets. Like I'm no longer an FX trader. My life goes on as a regular person, like just regular. I'm not texting my friends asking them about FX. I'm not telling them about FX. I'm just living my life. How long are you gonna stream? Maybe to like 10, like 9:30 or depends how this forward count closes here on gold, honestly. Because looking at it right now, I mean, hey, we can close above on a forward candle, and the next forward can drive up. If you close above, I'll say you have more potential for opportunities. But if you close below, then the probability of us getting positions is a lot lower. I mean, we all want buys, right? Obviously. And GJ here, yeah, you have more range too. So if you want more sells on GJ, you could get sells at 415 or 915, 930. I think honestly today, if you close your eyes and sold GJ, you would have been good. How do you spend a day once trading session plates? Well, I usually just make content after, reply to DMs, and then I'm usually done around like 12 p.m. Eastern. And then after that, I'm just kind of chilling. If I got volleyball in the afternoon, the evening. Or I'll be happy going out. Sometimes Warzone, depends. Don, do a day in the life video.
Yeah, so this is a good example of the fact when NFP was good, the numbers were good for gold, but nothing moved, right? So this is where, a lot of people would say, hey, I don't believe in fundamental information. Right, you have a lot of people online that they'll say, hey, do you trade with fundamentals? And people are always like, oh no, technicals trump fundamentals, right? Because there's a rejection here, this is where it should go. This is a perfect example where if you understand fundamentals, and we said exactly what would happen is the tensions in the Ukraine would overshadow NFP, even if it was positive, right? So we had initially thought that we would probably dip down into 1942, potentially there, and nothing happened with gold because there's essentially a conflict inside gold, right? You have a bunch of people saying, well, data for United States is good, so gold should push down because essentially the market should shift into the US dollar away from gold. But then the majority of people in the world are saying, well, there's too much instability with the current tensions in the Ukraine. So therefore, we're not looking to move out of that position because we believe the instability is going to cause more problems globally than, just the regular the NFP data, so to speak. So it's just a lesson, right? And like Don said, there was opportunities, with other pairs if you traded other pairs. And this is an example where I'm not focused on other pairs, so I don't care that GJ moved 60 pips or 70 pips. Like that's not my concern. My concern is, did I execute correctly with gold in this case? And in this case, I didn't take a position because I knew NFP would probably be a little shaky.
So you're a winner for a day.
Yeah. So that's sort of your key takeaway there, is not to concern yourself with other pairs, right? Because that's what gets you into trouble. You'd say, well, I need to go trade GJ now because GJ's dropping. And it's like, well, no, if you normally trade GJ, you would have already caught the drop, right? It's the same. It's the same thing when gold pushes 70 pips up or down. If you normally trade gold, you would catch that. Not, oh, now I got to trade that because that pair is moving better than this. Because, like Wick said earlier, GJ ranged for a lot. It was very tough to trade over the last few weeks. There was some big ranges and things like that, and gold was, very, very trendy at that point. So these are situations where just focus on your plan. And yeah, it looks pretty. Like GJ looks really pretty right now, but I don't trade it, so it doesn't impact me. It's great that other people won. You sort of cheer on everybody that trades that pair. And I'll go back to Wordle. I have 4 letters. Only one letter I have in the right direction.
Hey, Wix, I want to do the Wordle. Ted, how come you didn't wait for us?
Do it. Bring it on.
You guys got me set up on this, so I just there was no trade, so I was like, I just might as well start doing this.
Oh, you already solved it?
No, the last letter is a D though.
Thanks.
And there's an H and an E and an A in it. And there's no R, so it's not heard.
Chat, we're gonna mute Ted. He's giving away the Wordle.
Mods, get him.
Mods, get him.
No point doing a Wordle now. Just let Ted do it.
No, I can't figure it. I'm on my last one, so I need you guys to waste your turns.
Yeah, it's no R, right?
Yeah, there's no R, there's no C, no G, no N, no T.
Okay, I'm gonna put it here. Okay. They can be multiple letters too. Like there can be 2 D's in it.
Huh.
Shed? Oh, no. No. Is chat spamming? I'm pretty sure chat spamming. We have a lot of new people today on the stream. Spamming the answers.
I got blocked. My chat's blocked.
Yeah, I got Discord covering the whole chat. You got it?
Oh, that wasn't me. That was Ted laughing.
We have 4 minutes to complete this Wordle. Before 4-hour closes. Of course, I need help. My brain is not functioning today. This is not there. Oh. Yeah, this forecast looking good on GG, guys. I might be here till 10 maybe, max.
The H is what throws me off. I'm trying to figure out where can the H be.
Yeah, it can be a second letter.
in relation to the D, like, or you can't have an HD, right? So the H has to be either the third
Third.
one or the second one. And the second one, the chances of that.
Probability
the
shows
A-
third one.
Yeah, so if the H is in the middle and the D is in the back, we have,
Is it hard today?
and we have an E and A, so the E and A are probably on opposite sides of the H. Hmm.
Hmm. It has the end. It ends in an ED then. It's got an ED, right? HED. Something HED.
I'm gonna use a lifeline.
Lifeline. Mm-mm. 25 seconds here, guys.
We had our original position running. There's just no way we could have had it running with NFP coming in, with the volume coming in.
I don't think NFP actually. Because what time was the pullback at pre NFP? Like 8:29, 8:25?
Yeah, but like regardless, we're expecting it, so I probably would have closed at like wherever we were, 10, 12 pips. I probably would have closed right before NFP.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that was our goal. Like, we wanted to go break even before NFP, anyways. Rio Wicks, right?
Ahead. Yeah, that could work.
Oh, did you get it, Ted?
I didn't get it yet.
Oh. I mean, it's the clue is it's what you are every day, I guess.
Oh yeah.
That was pretty easy. Damn. Yeah. All right, guys. So this 4-hour candle here, if you look closely, you close slightly above this resistance now. So the daily is still bullish, and the daily is gonna be rebreaking highs. I believe once the daily breaks this high at like 19.51 here, you can probably expect us to drive up towards like the 19.5, like 6, 19.5, 9 marks here, looking left on the daily, because then you just have clean traffic driving price up, right? Again, like, yes, we were at a data resistance here, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you could reject the drive down today. You can still end up pushing further up, and if you break the day high, which is the high from this morning, then high chance you have to drive. So I think what it's going to be here is it's going to be this 4-hour candle here. So this is a 4-hour candle opening. Expect this 4-hour candle to create a bottom wick. It could be anywhere. It can be like at 1945. It can be down at like 1942. But as long as it doesn't respect the previous 4-hour low, it should be able to drive up now. It also wasn't that clean of a closure as well. It wasn't that strong of a closure, but with it closing above, like technically speaking, the chances of us driving up is quite a bit higher than of it driving down, obviously. So if I'm on buys today on gold, more buys, I want to see us break above this range here, above 1947 on the hourly, or if you want a third closure, you're gonna need 1949 to break here. You break above 1949, you're looking at 1955 for targets here. next, right? So which will match it with the forward and daily time frame analysis. But you're really gonna need a closure else to have this range. All right. Won't be for that 30 minutes or so, guys, though. Minimum. For all we know, we might just range in this area if you don't break. But this candle here indicates volume, though. Like if you cover this up right over here, and you look at this candle on gold here, what happened was price came up, created a resistance here, and then came down, create a support. Once you create a support, you close bullish support, it now indicates that you have confirmed support, and you should drive up to retest the highs, which is the top of the range. But the question is, are we going to break this level, or are we going to reject it? So wait for that closure above maybe the next 30-minute candle at 9:30, and you might get the NYC, which will push you up towards the 1955 as well. But hey, wait patiently. And then GJ, same thing. Like GJ closed below in the 4-hour here. This wick should get filled here. You should see this wick get filled down at like 155, 152, 556. Once you create a top wick here, a new 4-hour candle. It's a new 4-hour candle, and the previous 4-hour candle high is like maybe 90 pips away, 100 pips away. So for all we know, a 4-hour top wick could literally be all the way up here, here, here. Who knows, right? But I'll say wait for 9:30, and I will say once you can probably now do is you can probably draw support here at 152, 680, 670, and then wait for closures below there, and then you could take it down towards the next support, which is down here, after you flip on a 4-hour candle and after you break that low on a 30 or 15 or whatever, right? But just be patient. Once you flip, you should see this wick get filled, if anything. 152, 560. It's not that steep of a wick. Yeah, gold should drive here to the top of the range. I don't see why not. It's like a minor resistance here, but looking left overall, you have this clean traffic here, which drives price up. What you looking for, Wicks? Same thing?
I found what I was looking for.
What?
It's right here. I already deposited. The first thing we were looking for was the 10 pips. Put that in the bag. And then I went to look for this fucking Jamaican joint. And I found it too.
Now we're training BTC tomorrow. No, brother. Tomorrow's Saturday. Go get some sun, guys. Some of you guys,
BTC?
you know, some of you guys don't get any sun.
At 5 p.m. BTC tonight.
Yeah, every weekend at 5 p.m. on Friday, I get DMs. Yeah, Don. Thoughts on BTC. Thoughts on Ethereum. Some of you guys need to get some sun.
Yeah, I want to go to Jamaica.
I'm getting a PS5 today, so I'm probably gonna be on my PS5 throughout the weekend, to be honest.
Why are you getting a PS5? You got a 3070.
Yeah, but like I want to play NHL and 2K and stuff. I can't play that on a PC.
Oh, there's no. Really? They don't have that on PC?
No, they have 2K, but like there's no crossplay, and I don't want to play a PC. You know, PC it's not competitive. The PC world of a 2K.
Isn't everything like cross-platform now?
No, but FIFA 22 is coming cross-platform next year. I mean, I don't see why not. Like Fortnite did it, Warzone did it. Why can't like these other games just do it?
I thought it was already the standard that everything is cross-platform.
Nah, man, EA is pretty slow. EA just, I don't know. Got a PS5 a month ago. Nice. Yeah, I'm getting it for retail too, so I'm not even gonna pay resale for that.
You found it in a store?
Yeah, my boy works at a store and just hit me. He's like, "Yo, we got some in stock." I'm like, "Oh, nice."
I did that before Christmas. I got every console in a week. I got the Xbox, PS5, and Nintendo Switch all in a week.
What's the point of getting every console?
Like,
Uh,
have
it was
you
a
even-
it was a challenge actually because I went to GameStop and they didn't have any of the consoles, and I was like, what? And then so I basically signed up to all these Twitter feeds, and I was able to challenge myself for that week to get everything.
Ted took it as a challenge.
Yeah.
Something's not in the store. You know what? I'm getting all of it.
Yeah.
Everything you guys don't have, I'm getting all of it.
Yeah, I got everything at retail.
That's all. You probably didn't even set all of them up, right? Just
Oh
one.
yeah, I have them set up. The one I play the most is the Switch. I don't like the other
Really?
ones. There's really not many games.
What do you play on Switch?
Like Super Smash and Mario Kart and stuff like that.
I gotcha.
Yeah, but supposedly the Xbox was the hardest one to get, so I was sort of happy when I got that one because you couldn't get like the 1 terabyte. Like there was digital ones available, but you couldn't get the one that wasn't digital, so I was able to do that. Yeah,
And
That's
that's when I
pretty
took
cool.
it personal.
yeah. So I was like, really? Like we can't get these things? All right, I'm gonna find them.
Oh, that's funny. That's a very unique approach.
Yeah. It usually Best Buy has new shipment drops every Thursday. So what I was doing was I was going to the store every Thursday. Well, that Thursday I went to the store and I would check. And it just so happened there was one Best Buy by my place that had the Xbox, and then I was driving down like a major street here in Vancouver, and there was a guy walking out of a Best Buy, and he had a PS5 box, like the handle. I literally pulled over and I ran into the store and bought one. And literally the lineup was just for PS5s, and I was like, sweet. And it was all because this guy walked out of the store as I was driving by.
What a
See,
coincidence.
see, chat. You don't need expensive things to make you happy. You just buy yourself a console.
It's funny. I just laughed. I was like, oh, I guess I did it. I achieved it. And then I was reading online, like it was so hard for people to buy them and find them. So it was interesting once I was able to achieve that. I was like satisfied. And now they just sort of sit and collect dust because I play them once in a while.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna get bored of them pretty quick too.
But you got yours, at market value, not resale. So
nothing resale.
I'm not even getting mine from like a Best Buy. I'm getting mine from a Shoppers Drug Mart.
probably even cheaper than.
The pharmacy store.
How did they get access? To
I don't know. I don't know. They have like electronics. And my boy works there. I'm like, oh shit.
That's funny.
Yeah, that was one of the stores that was on my watch list as well. Shoppers Drug Mart and Costco
Yeah.
were the ones.
Because not a lot of people expect those stores to have them.
Yep.
Yeah, my friend works there. He says he gets calls from them every day. Like till today. Like he has the PS5 today. Imagine.
I was always wondering why people in the stores like
Don't just buy them up.
they don't
right?
buy them. Yeah, like
That's
is
what
there
I
a
was
rule
They
Yeah,
against
can't
it?
though.
Same
No,
thing.
Okay.
they gotta. I think it's customers first.
If I was working there, I'd buy every single one. For
Well,
resale.
if I was working, I'd just be calling my buddies all the time. Be
Yeah.
like, yeah, we've got them. Like, hurry up and get here. Like, I never, because I don't understand that either. It's like, man, like, when I found out that I couldn't find consoles, I almost applied for a job at Best Buy for like a couple weeks just so I could do that. Like I almost thought to myself, I'm like, I can just come work at Best Buy part-time, and then when the shipment comes in, I'll just call one of my buddies to come pick them all up. And then I reevaluate that. I'm like, oh, that's gonna be a long process because I'm gonna have to like go for an interview and then
You got to go
they're
through HR.
So what do you do for a
Yeah.
living?
yeah, they're gonna ask me like why I haven't worked in like so many years. You know, it's like
Oh man. Tell us about your last job. That was a decade ago.
yeah, it's like that was like but it was interesting because I always wanted like when I first started trading, that was one of the things I said to myself is like it would be nice just to have a job so that there was somewhere for me to go, but I would want ultimate flexibility. Like I'd want to just be able to show up when I wanted. Like, you know, like I would do a great job, but it's like maybe I would only want to come work like I was thinking like Mondays and Fridays, you know, like I want to do that. Then I was like, oh man, but maybe I want to go out those nights, so I don't want to go work. So then it was like, okay, I'll just come work Tuesday or Wednesday. And then I was like, okay, well, what time? It'd be like 11 to like 3. Like that's the time I'd want to work.
Oh yeah.
Like at Home Depot or something like that, like something that's interesting, right? That like you're able to like assist people and things. So like I was thinking like Home Depot would be fun or something.
I mean, there's other fun things you can do, right?
Yeah, I figured that out afterwards too. I was like, yeah. And then I think that people may resent me because they'd be like, why does this guy not care about his job? Like, why is he just coming in? But then I was like, well, a lot of people care about their jobs to begin with, so it's not that big of a deal. But I was just like, I'll just stay in the shadows.
Chad saying Ted completed story mode.
Built different. Ted has no kids. Well, that's why he's Uncle Ted, not Father Ted, right?
Yeah, yeah. My brother's got 3 girls, so I'm their uncle. I'm
There
the
you go.
cool.
I got 3 girls.
Yeah, I'm the cool uncle. Yeah. You're like, oh, when's Uncle Ted coming?
So you're Santa Claus for Christmas, eh?
Oh yeah. Yeah, like that, and like because I also have Raptor season tickets, right? So
Yeah, season
like,
ticket holders.
oh yeah, I've been season ticket holder for a long time.
I'm on a wait list.
So what I do is like they'll be, you know, they're like, oh, we want to go to a Raptor game, so it's like, you know, I give them tickets to like the good games and stuff like that.
How'd you get in? Like how long ago?
About 5 or 6 years ago.
And you can have them for life, right? Or
You
is
were
it?
Yeah. Well, what I did was I had like upper bowl, and then I was on the wait list for lower bowl, and then when lower bowl came available, I took those. The only thing is I took the seats just before. So I'm in like the gold seats just before you have to pay the seat charge. So like, you know, you have to pay like a seat royalty, like I think it's like right now it's pretty expensive. I got the seats just before that, so I still have access to the platinum lounge and everything like that, but I don't have to pay the seat royalty because that's the one where you actually own the seat. So like you can transfer it around and do whatever you want.
Oh, and you can sell tickets, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we're listening now for like the Leafs are like 20 years.
Yeah, but it's good. For season ticket holders, you get 20% off face value, right? So whenever I give tickets to my buddies, I just sell it to them at cost. Right? Because normally if you go through like a broker or, you know, you try and get them, you don't get like decent seats, and then you're always paying a premium. Here I can sell them at cost or below face and I still save, right? Because like some games, like it was funny, my first year that I had season tickets, I went to like every game. I was like super hyped. And then after that I was just like, man, it's a lot of work getting downtown Toronto, going to the game, and then I would show up like 15 minutes late, and I was like, oh, this is not good. Like it was more of just I wanted to see certain games. The one thing I do regret though was not going to the All-Star game.
Oh, in 2016.
Yeah, I regret that because you know what? I was sitting there and I was like, oh, because I got offered like because you get as a season ticket holder, obviously you get offers for the All Star game, and I was like, oh, should I go? And I was like, nah, I'd rather watch it on TV. But then I was like, now that like after Kobe had passed, I was like, oh man, I should have watched that game. Like I watched it on TV, but it has more sentimental value. Um, I was at the Lakers versus Celtics game when they had the Kobe Memorial the day before and or the day after, like after that weekend in LA, and that was crazy. Like all like you didn't realize how much of an impact that guy had on that city and in life until you were in LA like that weekend.
Was 2016 his last All-Star game? Yeah, right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, because he was playing against LeBron.
Epic.
Yeah, that was the best All-Star game we had since. How old am I? 21.
How much are you?
I think he's asking Ted.
How old am I? I'm old. I'm in my 40s.
Gold's creeping up.
Yeah.
Ten minutes left, guys. Let's see. We could close above. And then that, I guess, if we close above, then I guess you can say, I'll say if you break this forward high, you can say this is a forward lower wick. And closure above to take you up.
Plus the volume coming in should be
NYC.
able to, yeah.
G's coming
Maybe
down.
Get a closure above and a bearish candle. You know, small bearish 15. And then the seller replay. And I would be in love.
You done with GJ? GJ has a lot of range to go down. I think once it passes like 152, 5 through 8, you should continue to push. I think it may struggle here until 152.
Celery?
And GJ?
Yeah, it's 15 celery if it breaks her.
Yeah. I wanted to see a closure below.
I don't think it will. It's just, we had a support.
You made 30K today? Nice. Good stuff.
Right, it made the top wick for, oh no, it made the bottom wick first and then came up and make the top wick.
Renee chat, we broke down this candle on gold here and it did exactly as planned. And the question remains, will we close above, right? So we knew this move was gonna happen with this candle closing up support, but now it's like, are we gonna close above? I'll say if we don't close above by 9:30, 10, it's gonna probably range for the rest of the session, and at that point you should call it a day. So I think it comes down to this 30-minute candle here, at least for me. Because if you don't get a move by 10, you're gonna move like later on, if anything. But
Yeah, you notice when we get moves is like around 3 p.m., 2 p.m. Eastern,
on
3 p.m.
Friday,
Eastern. On every day this week, there's been massive moves with gold at like 2 and 3 p.m. Interesting.
yeah, you just haven't every blue moon, but like I think this week or last 2 weeks have been, especially like the last 2 Fridays, 1 2 p.m. Took L's on gold, so I scalped yesterday at clutch $140. Damn, that is revenge trading, my brother. And like Tesla, that's the last thing you want to do though. Like if you don't trade US30, then there's no need to revenge trade gold by trading US30. Like if you trade US30 though, and that's what you trade every day, and you took US30, and nice. But if you never trade US30 and you just trade it today because you want to make money,
Yeah, but what kind of attitude is that? Like, fuck it. Like, it's money. It's hard-earned money. Like, you spend your fucking, like I said, blood, sweat, and tears to get money, and then people are like, "Fuck it."
and things like if they win and if they say fuck it and they win, what's gonna happen is they're gonna think it's okay.
It's not sustainable.
Yeah.
Keep doing that, and I'm an emotional wreck. What can I say? At least you know where you are.
Wow. There's a Twitter account you guys should follow that I follow. It's called unusual_whales. So it's about stock and commodity and a whole bunch of stuff. And they're reporting that the U.S. is looking to engage with the war now.
About fucking time.
That's not good.
You got nukes. We got nukes. Everybody got nukes. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like if no one takes a strong position here, it's gonna keep going and going and
Chaos.
going and get speed and I feel like the damage isn't done yet, and it's really how much damage do we want to see? Do we want to see a little bit of damage, or do we want to see a
Yeah,
lot of
that's well. So there's two trains of thought here, and now we're gonna go into the like tinfoil hat. So if you don't appreciate this, then like don't spam the chat or spam YouTube and go, oh, you're ridiculous. So Biden has huge ties with the Ukraine right now. And the reason why Biden hasn't really done anything related to the war is because he knows Putin has a lot of information on Biden. That's what's happening right now. So Putin knows this, and Putin's taking advantage of this situation because of Biden's son, the whole thing that Trump was talking about with the Ukraine.
Burisma.
Yeah. So, that's a tinfoil hat thing, right? So people are like, oh, that's not true. That doesn't make sense. Trump was a crazy person, but a lot of stuff that he said, it just seemed that it was pretty accurate.
It was on point.
Yeah. So, I mean, you have to give credit where credit's due. You might not have liked him for his policies and the way he talked to people, but he called out a lot of stuff.
Oh, no. Bring back the orange man, please.
Yeah.
And the mean tweets and the $1 a gallon gas. Bring that back.
But so here's the thing. I mean, so people are going to have arguments about whether he was good or bad for whatever. So be it. It doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. But the relevancy here is Biden is essentially a deep state puppet, right? So if anybody knows about the deep state, it's essentially the government, the shadow government that runs the world, basically. And Biden was put in there as deep state because the issue was when Trump got elected, the deep state didn't think that he would get elected. Right. So they didn't put any emphasis on stopping him, and they had all their money on Hillary. And when that happened, basically Trump won. That screwed up everything because it was like, man, we can't control this guy. This guy's going to, just do whatever he wants. That's why that's why they tried so hard to push him. And the narration, like he kept saying CNN is fake news. Well, if you follow the money, CNN majority shareholders are like the Clintons, everybody, like that are in the deep state. Like we can go into Epstein, stuff like that, like, all the things that happened there. And Soros, yeah. And, like the Black Lives Matter, like they were dropping like massive amounts of bricks on the street for people to throw. And it was Soros that was controlling this because George Soros always wanted the U.S. to have a divide. He wanted to have a divide in the U.S. because when a country's divided, they're the weakest, and you can take advantage of that. So that's where the whole Black Lives Matter thing started, the divide and all the issues. So going back to the Ukraine thing, when Trump was pushing Biden to talk about Ukraine and sort of what they've been working on there, no one believed it. And they're like, Biden was like, show me proof, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, well, it's there. And then sure enough, Ukraine gets invaded by Russia. And what does Biden do? Biden calls China and says, hey, here's all the high level info and intel we have on Russia and what they're doing. And here's all their military arsenal. Here's what they're doing. China laughs at Biden and then goes to Russia and says, hey, this is what the US knows about what you guys are doing right now. So it backfired on Biden because Biden doesn't want to engage, because he knows if he engages, Putin's going to turn around and start leaking information about sort of what Biden's involvement was with the Ukraine. So then what happens now is the US is, I guess, finally getting pressured to get involved. But the deep state is, and this is the big thing that's coming up, is cyber attacks. It's going to be a cyber warfare. And what the US is going to do, the US is going to blame Russia for cyber attacks on their own people. So the United States is going to perform cyber attacks on banks, electrical grids, things like that, to push people into like this, the new world order, so to speak. So that's something that's going to be coming out, because think about it this way. Russia doesn't need the West. They're they're basically self-serving. The other thing is too, China is now watching how everyone reacts to Russia's invasion of the Ukraine, because they want to take over Taiwan. So there's going to be a lot of shifts going on, but because Trump was in power, when Trump was in power, there was no wars because nobody had control over him. So you didn't want to test him, because it was like, if you notice, he was the only president, standing president in the last, say, 20 years that hasn't actively been involved in a war.
That's right. And hasn't entered a war.
That's right.
And that's because everybody was scared. No one could predict him. And
Exactly.
honestly, nothing anywhere in the world happened. Not in the Middle East, not in the Arab world, not in Europe. Everybody just kind of stood by and waited and bided their time.
If you watch interviews with Putin on TV, he's always said that Trump was a very smart man.
I think he's the only one he actually respected or was scared of.
That's right.
Feared.
Yeah.
So that little video when Trump shakes his hand and pulls him next to him.
Yeah.
Putin flew in like a little girl.
Yeah. So
look at the closure.
I was gonna say, it's gonna be like a, sorry to interrupt, but it's gonna be like a 56 stop and a 450 TP. It's gonna be a tough RR, so I'm gonna stay out. Bros are asking in chat. Like 15-minute stops aren't bad, but I mean 15-minute stops are it's a 1-to-1 on the 15. On a 30, it's more more of a negative RR. And I want to use the 30 because that's also like the 4-hour low too. That's still also the 1-hour low, but this thing should drive.
Let me just add something. That's why I mentioned earlier that I'd want a bearish close. Once we close above, I'd want the next candle to close bear, but respect 1949.4, right? Because this way it would give us better stops. Yeah. We could have had 20 or 30 pip stops if we got a bearish closure.
Yeah.
We respect it, and then we break this high. These stops wouldn't be bad.
I'm gonna wait for the hourly candle here in 28. Chances if we miss it. And just on the 15. It was a 30 for me. A 30 close belt. Like we drew this out earlier too.
Like NYSE volume.
Yeah.
Should take you up.
This thing looking left has nowhere to go now, but 55, like that should get tapped. It's just it came down to just RR for me. I mean, yeah. Your overall TP, like overall, like look left, it's like 1965 here. Not bad. Let's see.
Yeah, but the stipulation to enter the trade would be at least a 1-to-1 to our target, to our first target, right? To our next target. to our next resistance level. Everything else is fine. You just, you know, there are parameters for entering a trade. Yeah, and they have to be met.
Like look left, guys. Like this is the reason why I wanted like the buys here was because like this is the first time we're closing above on 30. Look left. Like earlier we tried to close above, we rejected, and now that we're closing above on 30 here with the 4 kind of opening up, this thing has nowhere to go by 50, 55. So yeah, I think she just rip here. It was a nice bottom wick too. Opened up with no top wick, and on the break of the high, I thought it was your entry for the buy stops. Clean. Yeah, you guys enter, congrats. Like nice positions. Yeah, you should ride up towards like 65. Like I'll say like you're tapping this amount of resistance now. So at this level, you want to just close partials probably. Close like partials, maybe close half, and then let the rest run towards like 65 if you want. But just be aware that from like 658 to 55 might be choppy here because you're tapping this minor level here. Or you can trade your stops and profit. You can move your stop loss 10% profit and just chill it. Or secure how much you want to secure and just trail. Worst case hits break even, or worst case hits your stops and profit, and then you know so they blue.
Current candle wick on the break of the high would have been 14 pips, 13 pips.
You know what it was? Is that 4 candle we talked about earlier? That 4 candle closing above. And it was just that 1 hour candle here. Like this candle right here closed respecting resistance, but like it left such a steep wick the previous candle, like huge rejection. And then I guess that was just grabbing orders, and then now we're just driving.
You looked on the hourly though. Go back to the hourly, Don. The way you could have played this is you would have said, okay, I understand like this wick here is pretty big, right? But truthfully, gold really doesn't normally come back down there. So if you had essentially placed a support right over here, as an example, like this would have been your support, you would have had a nice buy, because then what you would have said is as long as we don't break this here,
yeah,
we should be good to go up, because this effectively is a zone, right? So we know that this was a rejection area. So you could say, okay, as you know, we're going to obviously fill this wick in momentum. And then, like you said, this would be your next target. And then eventually here. And then these are areas of interest where we could possibly reject. But that's sort of how you could have anticipated that play. So people that are thinking about this and how they would have done it is that last hourly candle at 8 a.m. that has a whole bunch of liquidity. That liquidity has to go somewhere. So when you think about it, it's sort of that standard discussion of, we had grabbed a whole bunch of orders down below to drive up. And at that point, that's how you would have attacked this. So if you wanted a tighter stop, you could have gone off of that using that resistance line and turn it into support and say, okay, providing we don't break below, we should be good to drive up, and knowing that 930 would give you your volume push at that point.
Yep. Did you catch or you weren't trading, right?
Yeah, I took positions. I got in at 1950. I just closed. I did the first 5-minute candle and just let it go, because normally the other thing too is with gold, with these kind of impulse moves up, like your 5-minute candle could have a huge pullback. So a lot of times if I can get 40 or 50 pips in a 5-minute candle, I'm good with that. Like I don't want to try and place a stop anywhere in that candle, because it could just rip right back in 5 minutes after that. So it's hard to play stop, like moving your stop in a 5-minute candle that goes up like 40 or 50 pips. Sometimes it's good just to take the move and just close it. And it's Friday, so
yeah, take what you can.
Take what the market gives you.
Why doesn't Ted say when he enters? Well, I gave a whole breakdown
Yeah.
of why gold would go up.
We
I don't know how
discussed
much
it.
more information you guys need. I said NFP would be overshadowed by the trade or by the war, and it's pretty straightforward that we were going to go up. Um, I even said to hold positions over the weekend. I said open up a smaller account and grab positions and hold them over the weekend. It's really funny when people say that. It's like, you didn't tell us when to enter. It's like, man, do you want me to like cut your meat for you when we're at the dinner table? Normally you just eat it.
Yeah, it was textbook.
Notice every major move, Ted starts ranting, so he missed the move. I didn't miss the move. 60 tapped.
Yep. You should, like, it should just go up to 65 now. Like, I don't see why not. 65, or no, sorry, 63-ish.
Yeah, 63. That's where I have a level at 1963.
Yeah. I don't see why not.
Yeah, because I mean, if you look at the daily candle now, you're going into that. You're basically filling that zone on the daily. If people were on my Instagram live a few days ago, I talked about this whole idea. Hopefully, people caught on to it. Is what I said that there was that one daily candle that went bearish on the daily, and I told people not to take sells because people are always like, oh yeah, it's dropping, take sells. And I told people wait for the buys. I said it would continue, and buys were good and valid. Actually, I gave out the exact trade to take too. Hopefully people did that. I said basically buys above 1941 would be pretty solid if you were trading if you were trying to do a swing trade. Buys above 1941, because if you look at the daily candle, this is what I marked out for everybody when I was on the live. What I normally like to do is I like to do this. If we're going to break above this would have been the trade that you would have taken. And now, so here's the rationale on why we would take this trade. And I broke it down on my Instagram live. This rejection here, this bearish candle, is not a rejection to drive down. This was your rejection to drive down, right? So that's where we got that dip down. This candle here is just a breather, right? So now when you see this daily candle here finish bullish, you know that if the next candle starts to move bullish, we're now using the liquidity that we got from that bearish candle. So we're effectively, and this is what people have to understand when they're telling a story, is you're essentially, your bearish candle is a breather, but it's grabbing orders, right? So you know that, and then what you say to yourself is, as soon as we get a support, so you can say this area over here, you could probably consider it a support at that point, because this daily candle finishes bearish, right? So you say to yourself, okay, because this daily candle finishes bullish, all I have to do is I just have to make sure that I'm not breaking below this area over here. As long as I don't break back below this area over here, we're then going to continue to drive up. So people say to me, they say, well, how do you develop your bias? Well, the bias is pretty simple, because if you turn around and Don did this before, you turn around and take this candle away, right? What do you see? All you see is a bullish trend, right? So if you can visualize that and you can say, okay, if support is held at that level, I know that this candle that was bearish is now basically an order grabber. Essentially, it's taking orders so that price can continue to drive. And then you say, okay, what are the catalysts that we're going to need for price to drive? So price catalysts will be obviously tensions in Ukraine, potentially a bad NFP, right? So those would be things that are going to drive up. And you know that as the tensions in the Ukraine and Russia escalate, this is going to continue to drive. And what we're going to have is we're going to have this drive. And then you say to yourself, okay, well, where are we going to finish then? Well, it's pretty obvious where we're going to finish at this point, right? It's going to be essentially right to this top level, right? We're going to come right back up here. Now, the question becomes, how do we get to that level? That's the challenge. That's the challenge that you have to figure out, because it's essentially what happened in the first area here, which was this bearish candle. You don't know how many bullish candles it's going to take to get up to this level over here. And then you say to yourself, okay, once we tap that zone to the top of that zone, what do we do, right? So how do we trade once we're at, say, 1960s, right? How do we trade that level? Like 1970s? We don't. And this is a key as a new trader, is you're not going to trade the top of that level, because we don't know where the top of that level is going to be, right? So we don't know if at this point, if we reached a 1970 or, you know, whatever that level is going to be, we don't know where that's, you know, what's going to happen there. So what you do is you say to yourself, okay, I'm going to mark myself a resistance at this point, right? Just so you can map out your trade and you can say, this is going to be a resistance at this point. When I get over here, what I'll be looking for when I reach this area here is I'll be looking for a similar idea here to match up over here. And once I find that, you know, we have a support forming, right? So these would be like wicks, and they essentially, you know, maybe this candle does something like this daily candle goes up, this candle rejects again, like, you know, it becomes a bit of a consolidation. You can then identify a new range and you can say to yourself, okay, perfect. At this point, this is a new support level, or sorry, a new resistance level. And I know that providing we don't break this level over here, we're going to go back up here, and then I can play this range at that point, and I can say this is the range I'm going to play. And effectively what your chart looks like is, your chart looks like this. You come up, consolidate, and then you continue to drive up, right? So those are those fancy things that you see on the internet, those charts where you have these, I don't know, graphs people show, where it's like, hey, this is how you trade an uptrend, this is how you trade a downtrend, right? Like, you see those things. That's effectively what you're doing, but you're actually identifying the candles at that point, and you're saying, okay, this is what I expect that will happen. So it's just something to keep in mind as you guys are trading. Give you some information.
Yeah, that was perfect. Yeah. I think overall, like this morning, in case some of you guys missed as well, like, it doesn't go like we're done multiple times today, and we discussed plenty of times how we're gonna tap like 60 levels, like 1960s and 1959ish, right? And give them tap it. So like, if you're looking for positions now, what you want now is you're gonna want this 1 hour candle probably pull back, and you want like a more of a wick flow entry here. But for me to get like a decent position here, because you have more room to go up towards 62ish, the next resistance, I just need this candle to close. As long as it closes above 94.9, gives me a decent RR, we'll be fine. But this candle really has to pull back, and it's the last 15-minute candle of the 4-hour candle here. So if we do pull back and we end up closing somewhere at like 5.2, 5.3ish, only if, then we can take positions at 10 a.m. with a closure above the range on hourly. Because look, the 30-minute has closed above, the 15 closed above, all those times has closed above, but the 1 hour hasn't yet. And if we close above at 10, we should be good, and because you have more range left to go up. Or we might just push up all the way and we missed the whole entire range. But if you're looking for positions, just putting it out there. This 15 has no bottom wick though, so if we pull back, then you might see a drop. Yeah, you might get that entry we want.
Yeah, that's a good point, Don. I mean, what'll happen here is if you go back to the 15 there, this is actually pretty good, because what you have, and this is what screws people over, right? So these trades I used to take a lot. These are what I call like partial wick fills, where you have momentum and you know that we're going to pull up. But what ends up happening is it starts rejecting. So it'll come up just maybe 3/4 of the way sometimes, and then it'll drive down. So what you have to do is essentially mark a support line right over here. Okay, so mark a line right here. And then what you'll do is you don't want to take this impulsive move up here. You want to wait for this pullback. So the next candle, if it drops down over here, you're like, okay, check mark. Now I'm going to watch, because what happens is this move pulls down back into this area here, potentially tapping this area here, or back there. So, and then what happens is the next candle, so you get this wick down here, the next candle starts like this. It just drives down with no upper wick. So there's no upper wick over here. And then how this candle forms is this candle does this, and then midway through the candle, it starts to look like this. And then eventually it looks like this. Right? So then what happens is this candle suddenly starts doing one of these things. It's like now it's wick down here, and it's starting to break above your support line that you've drawn. And then the next candle does this, and then you get back up to that level there. If you don't catch the first impulsive push, you get something similar to that afterwards. So that's how I would play this range here. Is I would wait for a bottom wick on the 15-minute to come back down potentially to this area here, let this stuff exhaust, pull it back a bit, and then grab it. Now, alternatively, what can happen here is you can say, okay, well, Ted, that's great. That doesn't happen all the time. That's correct. What can alternatively happen is this becomes a resistance, and effectively this candle pulls back. And what you'll find is you have a wick that drops down here and then drives up. And then essentially this area here becomes your new zone. So that's something to be watching out for as well. So those are two scenarios that I watch for when I'm trading, especially when there's high momentum like this and high volume. I watch for those two ideas. And I guarantee you, if you map that out on your charts on the smaller time frames, you'll see these ideas play out multiple times, either a pullback into that zone deeper, or this wick that's been created currently on the 15-minute is now a new zone, and it'll be tested a few times before we drive further up to 1962. So hopefully that'll give you some insight.
Yeah. Yeah, I say oh, go on.
Said now apply it, Chad. You just got some knowledge that you're pretty much guided on what to look for. Just make sure you apply it when it happens.
Yeah, I think because what ends up happening is you see these like this kind of I guess pattern, if you want to say. You see this enough times where you're like, perfect, like I can probably attack that. So it's just something that I've noticed that's happened. Those are the two scenarios that I noticed. So when people ask me, they're like, oh, like, are you like, do you have a stop loss? It's like, not really, because of the fact that I see these ideas happen a lot. And for the most part, if you're with the trend and you're not at a major level, you're usually pretty good, to be honest, if you manage your risk accordingly. And essentially all you're doing at that point is you're just scaling in, and you're saying, okay, because I know we talked about this a lot, is just stop losses really hinder you, not in a, I don't want to like have a debate about it, but it's just more the fact that like you place a stop loss and it's just, you're sort of, it'll hit you because you're going to place a stop loss in the most obvious place where price is probably going to retrace to, and then it'll dip just like maybe another 5 or 6 pips, and you're going to get stopped out, and it's going to continue in your direction. Really what you should be doing is you should just be waiting for candles to form where you have rejections either to the upside or the downside, and you have like bearish closes or bullish closes, and then you should be looking to take positions above those highs or those lows. Like that's literally all trading should be for yourself. When you start complicating it, what you try and do is, like right now, as an example, the way gold is trading, you would be trying to take buys right now, right? So you would say, okay, if I want to complicate my trading, I want to take buys right now. And it's like, okay, I'm going to take a buy right over here as an example. And you're going to say, well, Ted, where's my stop loss? Well, your stop loss is going to be probably over here. But then it's like, why are you even considering taking buys right now? This candle is obviously rejecting. Why aren't we waiting for a candle that has a wick to the downside to drive back up? Right? Like, why aren't we waiting for that as a trader? So what you can do as a trader is you can say, okay, I'm going to place a buy stop effectively right here as an example. And what I'll do is I'll keep moving my buy stop down and keep it, relatively spaced out. So we want to have optimal space behind this, because what I want to do is I want to see, okay, once that buy stop is there and this candle rejects, I want to see movement underneath that buy stop. And then I want to see that drive back up again. Right. And that's a safer way of trading. And we talked about this earlier this week on this stream is, we were looking for trades at a certain level and it didn't hit that level. And Don's done this before. It's like, well, your buy stop didn't get activated. It just keeps driving down. Great.
Delete
like you
them.
don't lose anything. Yeah, delete them. But what you can do here is you can sort of like move your buy stop along with it, right? You can just keep moving it down so that when it actually switches on the smaller time frame, so like if you get to the 15-minute, it starts doing this, or sometimes even the 5-minute starts doing this, your buy stop will get activated and you're now you're in the proper direction. And then you can say, okay, my stop loss can be below this candle now, because it's a newly formed zone that you're bouncing off of to go further up again, instead of having you to try and figure out, okay, if I take a trade here, where's my stop loss going to be? Is it going to be over here? It's going to be over here. It's like, no, if you put a buy stop over here, you can say, okay, once support is created over here, I know that that's my stop, because effectively my buy stop is activating when price gets here. So I know that at that point, this wick that's built over here to drive the price up now becomes my support. And that's where you have like really, really high risk to reward ratios, because of the fact that you're taking an entry with momentum. So that buy stop may hit on like a 5-minute candle, and your stop loss may be just below that 5-minute candle, and it'll be maybe 2 pips. But then you'll get like 10 or 15 pips profit instantly, because you start that drive up. And then what you can do afterwards is you just move to the higher time frames, and you can say, okay, perfect. Now this 30-minute candle is flipping bullish. I can take this trade. So as an example, right now we're coming close to 10 a.m. So we know that the hour candle is going to pull back. You might be able to now effectively do that to drive to fill that wick on the next hourly candle.
Perfect. Yeah, same idea. Yeah. Let's see, guys. This 15. I was gonna say earlier, like as long as we respect this 15 high, it should just pull back here still. If we were to break the high, then I can easily say we're probably gonna drive up 62 and we'll miss the move. But now that we're not breaking highs and we're flipping bearish here, I'm probably gonna expect a bottom wick to be created here. So like going back to what I said earlier, 30-minute never closed above, but the 1 hour hasn't closed above yet. I believe once you get a closure above 4.9 here, you should be good. I just want this thing to pull back a bit further.
A lot more.
Yeah, maybe like 5.2. That'll be great. If it doesn't, then it's okay. We can still get like some positions, but pull back like this, and that's kind of opens up, gives that bottom wick. We'll be in on a buy stop on a flip. Stop loss would be the previous candle low or current candle low, depending on how big the lower wick of the new candle is, and then we can ride it up towards the like 6.2 again.
That's actually a really good opportunity, because the confluence with that, the additional assistance, is now the New York Open has happened. So all the volume's getting pushed in. And on top of that, you have the London close. So you'll have a lot of orders leaving the market which will continue to drive price up because there'll be a fresh push of volume going through towards like the 10:30 a.m. Eastern, almost 11 o'clock. And then what you can do is you can ride that now for the rest of the day. And then if you put your thinking cap on, you can anticipate that as the United States and like North America wakes up, there's going to be more discussions about what they're going to be doing with the Russia-Ukraine situation. And that could probably push this further. Right. So if you start to anticipate like how news is filtered, what people are doing at certain times, you can then anticipate, okay, there's probably going to be a little bit more volume. There's going to be a bigger push, things of that nature, if we do activate the buy stop.
Might get a
Exactly what we want. Yeah.
we might get what we had last weekend, a big gap on Monday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying earlier. Oof. Okay, nice. 5-2-5-3. We said it earlier. This 15 flipping bearish just kind of helps us. So I should see this thing drive. If you close below 4.9, or not, sorry, not below 4.9. Let me adjust this. If you close below 4.7, then there's no bias, right? But if you close above, then it's valid for me at least.
What was 4.9, the 30?
The 1 hour resistance is at 4.7. But I have my resistance off the 30 here. This is clean. 1 hour wick fill. And usually like this is like we get the wick fill, and then what I tend to see happen after is if we do get a wick fill and we drive up towards like 6.2 here, what's gonna happen is you might get the onion play after, like later on into the session. But we'll discuss that later. Let's just focus on this wick fill for now. Right, it's just just looking clean. Decent stops too. Like you're looking at like a, I don't know, like 60 pip stop. TP's like 100 pips. I'll probably take partials, like take 75% off on a wick fill and then let the rest run. I'll see. I'll let you guys know what I do. Yeah. This should be the next hourly candle, guys. Like this is what we're expecting for those that are confused. Simply like this. All right. I'll be surprised if he goes below. We're very bullish here. $20 seconds, looking good. Hold.
Hold the line.
Yeah.
Half risk.
Depending on how big a stops are, like I might use current stops instead. But yeah, previous kind of stops is 60 pips, so probably to go half risk. Yeah, so it's gonna open up. I'm expecting a bottom wick here first before I enter. If it drives above a bottom wick, then I can easily say I missed the move. But I'm gonna wait for a bottom wick here, like we always do. Similar to what last counted, guys. The one at 9:30. Very similar. And then since this candle, like wherever the high is of this candle, that's where our buy stop will be on a current high. So let's say that's the high right there. If we come down, create a bottom wick, our buy stop will be on a break of the highs at 19.53. Stops the previous candle low, and then or current candle low, and TP's up here, 6.2. Nice, perfect. If we can tap like 4.9-ish, 4.9 to 4.7, that'll be perfect.
Spreads are like 3.5.
Yeah, spreads are 1.5. Nice. So yeah, gonna place a buy stop, guys, at 1953.615 here. So buy stops are placed. 1953.615. Big quick push too. Tap that 30-minute support. Yeah, So we flip here. You should get minimum like, you know, you're probably gonna get 10, but like you should get minimum this wick fill at like 56 pips at 19.59 here. But at 10 pips, I'm probably gonna be closing, partial lock them in, and then stops to break it. So I'm not sure if I would stop to break them at 10. I might do at 20 instead. It depends, but I think there's a minor resistance, like maybe around here at like 55835. So around there, I might just end up closing half or something. I think that's 20 pips, right? 25, 20, not bad. That's perfect though. This is a perfect buy stop.
Someone says when I started learning trading, people used to say don't trade Fridays. That's very valid. I think people that are new traders shouldn't be trading Fridays. And the reason behind that is normally there's a lot of confusion in the markets. You have a lot of buyers and sellers exiting and entering the markets. The other thing is too, from a psychological standpoint, it's great to end the week without taking a loss. I think the most frustrating part of my journey was trading on a Friday and ending the week with a loss. And it's like I did so well all week, and then Friday I punted like 20% or, you know, like of my winnings. So like if I was up like 10% for the week, I punted like 3 or 4% or 2 or 3%. And it's just like it's that like you want to go into the weekend feeling good about what you did, and then all that happens is when you lose on Friday, the whole weekend you spend time thinking about what you did wrong instead of enjoying yourself, right? So my risk tolerance on Mondays and Fridays are very low, to be honest. Mondays, I hate starting the week off with a loss because then I'm playing catch up for the rest of the week. And Fridays, I don't want to take a loss either because then I feel stupid going into the weekend going, I could have enjoyed myself, and now instead I took losses when I didn't have to because the market was choppy at that point. So yeah, so there is some validity to, you know, the idea of, you know, not taking trades on Fridays, just so that you can maintain a you know, a good positive end to the week.
Honestly, I always seen it as a myth. Like, I don't know. A lot of people say don't trade Mondays, don't trade Fridays, but I think it depends on the market. It's like every day is, if there's a trade opportunity, there's a trade opportunity. If it's a range of day, it's a range of day, right? It could be any day. That's how I seen it. Guys, so I deleted the buy stops because you came down, you broke 30 lows, broke 1 hour lows, and looks like you're breaking back into this range now. What I want now is I probably want to see like a 15 closure above like 95.2 now, because this now becomes your newest resistance, and this now becomes your range. You have a range now from here to here. And for more buys, you're really going to need price to close above here to drive up. And with the hourly breaking the 1 hour lows, it doesn't really help that as much, right? So if you're looking for positions, I don't know, maybe 10.30, 10.15 here. But you're going to need closures above 19.52 here, because otherwise you'll just be in this range here. Yeah, I'm surprised gold just ripped down and broke 1 hour lows. It's also a new 4 account too, so as long as you don't break the 4 hour lows, it's valid. Which what happened, right? So yeah, I think all we need now is a closure above 19.52 and we should be good. No, Ted's in Vancouver. I'm from Toronto. He's far.
It's true. I'm far.
Very far.
4 hours.
4 hours. Oh yeah, flight.
I get on the flight. If I take the there's a flight at 12:30 that gets in at like I think 3 or 4, and then there's a flight at 2 o'clock. Or no, I think yeah, it's
Those private flights, right?
Oh, Air Canada. I know the schedule.
Oh.
I have a flight. I have a flight pass. So I just normally what I do is I can just go on my flight pass and I just book and then go. So I don't have to worry about what the prices are or what time it is. But I don't like flying back to Toronto on Fridays because it's like the weekend or the family flight that usually goes out because everybody's traveling like Friday to get there for the weekend. I like going like on a Thursday, and the same thing going back to Van. I go like on a Tuesday morning or something like that, which is off schedule, so it's like quieter. But yeah, so the flights from Toronto are better to come to Vancouver than flights going back from Vancouver. You can take a 6 a.m. flight here from Vancouver, get back to Toronto by like 11. But then if you miss the 12 o'clock flight here, your next opportunity is like at like 4 o'clock, and you're not getting into Toronto till like 10. But when you go to Vancouver, it's great because you can take the 6:30 flight, get into Vancouver at like 9:30, 10 a.m. and you have like your whole day ahead of you.
Yeah, that's what I did that last time. I got there around like 12 noon and had the rest of the day.
But it screws you up because essentially what ends up happening is you're hungry, right? Because it's actually 3 o'clock Eastern when you get in at like 12 o'clock.
It's worse. It's worse when you gotta fly back. It's like you gotta go back to like 3 hours. You're losing 3 hours again. So
yeah. So the good thing is because I sleep West Coast or sleep East Coast hours, like when I go back and forth, it doesn't impact me at all. So like I just wake up normally like at 3:30. So I wake up normally on the East Coast at 6:30. So like I've conditioned myself for that. So it's actually pretty good. And the best part about it is now when I go to Vegas, like I don't have that huge lag where it's like I've been up all day.
mm-hmm.
It's like because Vegas from Van to Vegas is like 2.5 hours. So like literally when I go there, it's like, oh, this is awesome because it's not actually like if I get there at like 7, it's not actually like 10 o'clock Eastern where I'm overtired or something. It's like I'm actually on that schedule. So it's really interesting to go now to the West Coast, like to LA or Vancouver, and be on that time zone consistently, because then it just feels like super normal. It's awesome.
Price stops.
Yeah, so like what's happening, like it's the 4 kind of came down, created a new bottom wick. It's still valid. Stops are gonna be 100 pips. I'm gonna wait, see if I can get a smaller stop by waiting for this 15 in about 5 minutes. If this 15, as long as it closes above like 1949, the next 15 should drive up once you break the 15 highs, because it'll be a 1 hour flip at the same given time. Like it'll be a 15-minute start play, and it'll also be this 1 hour flip and bullish at the same given time. And look left under 1 hour, it would just clean drive towards 62. It's obviously that's not as clean as if we weren't to break the 1 hour lows, but it's off of the 4 hour. Yeah, should be fine. Let's see, 5 minutes here. I wanted to close bearish though on this 15. Worst case, you get a 30-minute closing bearish, but what are the chances we missed the move here? I'm waiting for the 15 or 15. Yeah, just gonna rip down here. It's nowhere else to go but like 1.5. Like look at these zones here. There are clean levels, and you have more cells below 1.51977. Like, yeah, there's a lot of volume right now, and I think there will be a lot of volume to like maybe 11, a little past 11 maybe. But next week is looking good. Like the daily candle, depending on where it closes today, next week could lead you, like if looking at that daily, if you close above today like 1959 or even 1970 today, if you close above those levels, next week you're looking at like 2000 levels. Even the weekly too, like the weekly shows that there's a resistance at 1967, 66. If you close above this week, next week you're going up towards 2037-ish. There's obviously gonna be something going on with the news as well. Type of catalyst that'll push price up at the same given time. Coincidence. You guys, 1 hour slipping here, so I'm waiting. 3 minutes left. 3 minutes. We're gonna do wicks.
I concur.
I'm trying to figure out stops, like 15 stops. Like for me to have a 15-minute stop against a 1 hour count stop, I'm gonna need a decent wick. Like I'm gonna need like maybe like we tap like 4.9, 500, and then break it highs will be our buy stop.
Yeah, so what you're going to find is your stop is probably going to be, if you zoom that in a little bit more,
Yeah.
this is going to be your zone that you're going to retest. You're going to test this area here, if anything. So essentially, your stop will probably be right over here, to be honest. Providing we don't break this area, we should continue to go through. Alternatively, you could say your stop would probably be, this would be the lowest point, right? Because effectively you're just leaving that zone. But I think you've got enough liquidity now to grab. And I think if anybody took buy stops, like you said, above that 15 minute, you're pretty good right now.
Yeah. Like honestly, the 4 hour candle is, that's it. Like if you're comfortable having a 4 hour stop loss on the 1 hour flip there, that it should be solid. It's 101. You should drive up towards 62, and you don't gotta worry about the 15 here. Here goes, ripping up.
Yeah, so that's the idea that we just talked about. So people should have taken that, and they could have been in profit.
Risk.
So it's a pretty easy position, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just closed.
Yep.
I'm not gonna hold it. Okay.
No, you don't need to, because the 15-minute candle will close and then it'll break down again. So you did exactly what I normally do, is just like a minute or two before the 15-minute candle closes, you get that little bit of an impulsive push, and then what I do is I just knock it off, and then you'll see like it'll just pull back a little bit in the next 15 minutes.
Exactly. I noticed that too. Yeah, I just closed that. I'm not gonna sit to that.
So
I mean, the less time we're in the market, right, the less risk we're exposed to.
Yeah. So someone just said the stops would be massive, though. Well, we talked about that.
Yeah.
You're taking positions on the flip of a candle so that you're not using a stop, you're using momentum to drive up. So what Wix just did was exactly that. It's like, okay, we know that the position's going to flip, and we know that we're coming in on a 15-minute candle close. There's an easy opportunity to get 10 or 20 pips, and then it's like, well, Wix, what was your stop? 0. Like there was no need for a stop, right? Because it just flew.
I put my stops below that zone that we just discussed, and as soon as it went in profit, it went about 10 pips, 12 pips in profit on the first push, and I closed it at 15.
You could have this 15 close if you want to, like in about 25 seconds here. This thing should close above this most recent resistance. Wait for the lower wick somewhere around like 5.3 here, and then once this 15 closes, opens up, you should expect it to drive up towards 62, and that should be the final push. Until you tap that level. Yeah, because like I didn't really get entries on the 1 hour. I'm still waiting for this 15 here. All right, there you go. If you get a bottom wick towards like 5.3, that'll be your stops, like 5.3 or even like 5.2, whatever. We'll have buy stops and they'll break the highs, and then essentially we should drive up. But it sounds like this, you gotta adapt. Like you gotta get used to the fact that like there's a lot of volume and there's a lot of ranges, and your stops will be bigger. You just gotta adapt, managing risk. You're not always gonna have a 20, like a 10 pip stop, you know?
Yep. Manage risk and also understand how candles react at closures of certain times. So if you can time your entries and exits, you're going to find that trading becomes a lot easier, because you're not going to get blown out of positions, because like the 15-minute candle, like here as an example, the 15-minute candle just closed, and what happened? It pulled back pretty hard right away, right? So you basically, if you were looking for 10 pips in profit, your 10 pip profit just disappeared, where now you're sort of fighting to hope that this will go back up. Where now if you're entering like you're doing, Don, like you have an opportunity now to sit back and wait to allow it to
Give you that stop.
formulate. That's right.
Yeah.
So it's just managing how you're doing things.
And guys, like, we don't know like how steep this wick is, how steep the wick is, but like looking left, you have larger levels. You have this level here. If that breaks, you're looking down at here. That breaks, you're looking down at here. So those are the levels where you can actually reject off of, right? But until you actually flip and break this high, there's nowhere we're gonna go yet. So understand that this previous 15 low is all the way down here, and for all we know, we can come down towards like here and just reject still. Obviously I don't want that. I prefer like get like a rejection here, flip up, so we can have like a nice, what is this, 25, 30 pip stop, and the TP is like 60, 70 pips here. This hourly candle still open, right? And the whole idea behind it was the hourly candle, you know, closed above the range, and now we should drive. Minimum you get, I think, is you get like this wick fill here, or these levels here getting tapped. This resistance over here should tap. Should give you 25 pips. So at those levels, since it's a minor level, I'm gonna take advantage of it by closing partials. And then I'm gonna let the rest run until 6.2, 8.90 here. All right. Once you flip, it should be a quick move, guys. You just react to understand that's gonna be a quick push if you do flip. The 5, look, that resistance on the 15 and the 30. Those wicks to the left are just minor levels on the 5. This is good. It's perfect.
Current candle stops.
Yep. You getting in again?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. You going half risk?
Mm,
No, full risk. It's 30.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
pretty normal right now.
Yeah. Pretty simple day, guys. For the most part. Algo day. Peace out, circle. Yeah. Stick to the plan. Yeah. I mean, everyone has a different plan. Like, Ted has a different plan. I have a different plan. Wix has a different plan. But we all have the same ideals at the end of the day. Same direction, same ideals. Like, you know, it's different entry types, though. That's it.
Easiest thing to do is just trade with the trend. Just if you focus on the trend and you see where we're going, you'll never really fail, because you'll have more wins than losses trading with the trend. And also, you know, if you do take losses, they'll be easier to dissect. It'll be, we took a loss today because, you know, we hit a major resistance, or we took a loss today because we didn't wait for a pullback, right? It wasn't, oh, I took a loss because I was trading against the trend, trying to catch a falling knife or something, right? It's, you know, something to that effect. And that's the easiest thing to do, is literally the trend is your friend. The more time frames that match up in the direction that you're trading, the stronger the trend will be for you. And it's just a matter of putting the story together, right? Mondays, we get a pullback. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we drive. Friday, we normally get a pullback, or we'll drive to a further higher or further low. It's very straightforward. And then end of day Friday, we get a pullback. Everything starts again the following week. And then we just have to look at where we are at key levels on the higher time frames. Are we at a major support? We at a major resistance? Are we closing in on a zone? And just evaluate from there.
All right, should get activated here on the flip, guys. Should be a quick push. You're looking at minimum here, 1958. TP for me is 1962. Stops are going to be 1952, 544. Current 15. Looking solid. You forget about GJ? I'm looking at GJ. Like, I'm a little more tuned in to gold today, though. We caught our GJ. Gold was the main focus today. GJ was just, he gave us whatever earlier. He just took it. We buy? I got buy stops. Buy stops there. Not activated yet. It'll be rebreak of the 1 hour highs. It'll be rebreak of 30-minute highs. It'll be the 15-minute break of the previous kind of highs, or 5-minute break of previous kind of highs, and 15 flip. If it comes down to it and we don't activate by the 10:30 candle, this 30-minute candle really has to close above these levels there. Looking left, I'll say it has to close above 1953.445, right where I have it. Because if you don't close below, above, you're basically just respecting that resistance. And what could happen is you might get something like this that can happen on the 30. You might get this candle closing, you know, bearish at resistance here. And then you can get like something like this. You might just reject, come down, back into the range. And this is the range you might stay in for quite some time. And later on, maybe you get some type of support from down here. Support formed at the support level at 1943. You come out to retest the highs. And then that'll be your bias again. I'll prefer this happen. We push up right now than this. Because this will be at like 11:30. So if you don't get it moved by 10:30, and we close bearish, I'm going to call it a day probably. If you get closure above 1953.445 on a 30, above this area, it's going to be the 15-minute candle respecting the support as well, right? So stop loss is the current candles. Yeah, 5 flipping here, so this thing may just come down and give us a steeper wick. And it looks like if it does come down, the 30 candle might just close bearish, but let's see. Yeah, if you want to wait for 30, wait for a 30. If it comes close to it, like maybe 27, 28, I'm gonna wait for the 30 close and see how it closes here, because it has to really close above 1953 here. What's your entry? I got buy stops. 1955.960 on Wanda and 1956 on the dot on Blueberry. Burberry. Okay, nice. 5 is coming. Yeah, the 5 minute earlier didn't have a bottom wick if I'm not wrong. Came down. Looking solid. I'm expecting this kind of finish off for 11. Like we should be up here around 11, and then from like maybe 11 to 11:30 is when we'll start to range within this area. That's if he breaks the highs. Yeah, they're cool. I mean, they got no commission on gold. I'm just testing them out still. I'm not just trying to see how they are. Our stop loss, by the way, is also on the 1 hour flip. It's the 30-minute lows, right? Or 15-minute current lows. And that low is basically the 1 hour flip. So, makes sense. If the 15-minute breaks the lows, the 1 hour can probably flip bearish. And then end up coming back into this range here, coming down towards like 5.1 to 4.8 levels. So, my trust is in this 15-minute low. Should TP 6.2 up here. Once I'm in, I'll show you guys. Like once I'm in, I'll have this on my screen, okay? So you guys will see everything. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna delete these buy stops and I'm gonna wait for the 30 to close. We have a minute left. I'm gonna wait for the 30 to close and I'm waiting for the 30 to probably do something like this. Same thing, just open up, create a bottom wick, and then flip bullish, break at the highs will be our buy stops again, and then we'll be good to go. But it's coming down to a 30, right? So I want the worst thing I want to have that can happen here is we get activated and the 30 closes below. So I want to make sure we actually stay above this range here. Yeah. And third make could create a steeper wick. Who knows? Look, sure thing is covering the screen.
My bad. I don't know.
Some agua.
Yeah. Play that game. What's in the cup?
Yeah, it's 30. It'll be kind of tough if 30 has no top wick. It should be fine though. I mean, would you have been activated? No, right? Not yet. If you were to keep the buy stops, no, right? Yeah, nah. Yeah, like this third mic should create a wick somewhere down like 5-3 levels. Okay, nice. 30 closed. If we come down towards 5-3, we'll play spot stops. If it doesn't come down and it drives up, then I missed the opportunity. Then I'm calling it a day. There's no trade for me, right? But if it comes down, creates a bottom wick, I have a buy stop, and then TP's up here. Stops is going to be current count lows on the 30 this time. So it's kind of a win-win kind of. Well, yeah, I guess because it's a higher time frame. It's a 30 instead of a 15 entry now. There we go. There's a bottom wick. Nice. We're just about to break the highs too. If we can drive down a bit more. 53.610 here is what you want. 53.650. This 15 should drive. I mean, didn't break the highs. This previous 15 closed bearish. It should drive down. So it starts to drive down to 15 on 30. It's just creating a bottom wick. Right, reading candles backwards. Is that it?
Salary play.
Like if it wasn't for like, if I didn't have to use current candle stops, I'll be fine if entering a buy stop here, and you know, use previous candles. But I can't use the previous candle. The previous candle is down here at like 130 pips. So if I want a decent stop using the current candles, I'm gonna need a decent bottom wick, and that's why I really want 5-3 tap here. If I don't get that, then we'll just call it. It's gonna be an average of, if it does, it's gonna be an average of 25 to 30 pips there for stops.
I like hearing Don do commentary. It's like his trades move according to the way the market's moving. Okay, buy stop. No buy stop. Okay, buy stop again. Because I'm doing other work and I don't have the Zoom open. Or like I just have you. I'm just listening, and it's just like, oh, the market must be going up. Oh, it must be pulling back now. I can just hear the play by play.
You just see it.
Yeah, I don't have to see it. I can just hear it. Like, market's dropping.
That's what everyone else does. Everyone else on the stream part has Fortnite playing and then have me in the background. Yeah. Oh, he's in the buy? Okay, I'm into.
But it's good because traders have to understand that this is real trading. Like there's nothing wrong with this approach to the market. It's your comfort level, right? Instead of trying to be a hero and saying, okay, we're just going to hold this trade and hope it goes in our direction. It's like, yeah, no, we're unsure. This is the probability that it'll happen. This is the risk that we're taking, and we're going to try and execute. And it's one of those things. It'll work out or it doesn't work out, right? But I think people mistake trading for like some magical thing where it's like if you're doing this, it should work out perfect all the time.
Yeah. They can't accept the fact that if it doesn't happen, it's okay.
Yeah.
Like there's like, I think today we had like maybe 4 buy stops, so we deleted like 4 buy stops today. It's okay. It happens all the time. You guys are chasing your move, right? You're not chasing the market's moves. Yeah, if you think it drives here, it drives here. I'm okay with that. But I can't have a 14 pip stop. Like, what are the chances we survive a 14 pip stop here on this 30?
A lot of volume, we should.
Should, yeah, because you're going to have the end of the hour close, which is the London close coming in. So you might just get this quick drive up and then it'll pull back right at the top of that wick.
Why don't you just produce 15? It was a bear. How can we say good luck?
That's a deep stop.
Oh yeah,
for this move. And the one before that, like it's all the way down at the bottom too.
Yeah, it's 140.
I should have taken that position too. I knew that was going to happen.
Yeah, 15 break at a highs.
At 1940, 1941, I just put a stop in there and let it ride back up. Because now that I look at my chart, I had a level marked at like 1949, 1948, and it was back up into that range. Someone got the drop on that deep drop. I love those ones too when it pulls like that and you're sort of looking at it, look, this makes no sense. Like, why all of a sudden are we reversing this hard?
Yeah. I was surprised too earlier. I'm surprised we dropped down, broke one of our lows. We might still get a chat, you know. But it's another day in the markets, you know. You have tomorrow, I mean not tomorrow, you have next week, rest of the month, rest of the year, rest of your life. If you don't catch it, if you didn't catch it today, it's okay. Just accept it for what it is. You can't be mad. We got GJ today. We got 10 pips today. So if you don't get gold, like there's days where I miss like the whole entire move. We get 200 pip ranges, 300 pip ranges. I missed the whole entire range. It's okay. Peace out, Ezekiel. Yeah, the reason why I didn't use the 15 stops, the previous 15, it's a bearish candle, was because it's a bearish candle. And like this candle isn't bearish. Even if we were to come down and break the lows, it's not really breaking structure because it's a bearish candle. If it was a bullish candle, then yes, I would use the previous 15. But since it's a bearish candle, you're kind of expecting this next candle to drive down as well, right? To fill that wick and fill that range. So the most logical stop there was either the 30-minute candle low, the previous candle low, which is 104 pips, or the current candle lows. And that was what I wanted. The stream is so chill and professional at the same time. It's like trading at its purest form. Nope, there's a bottom wick. Never settled down for last chat. How'd you guys do today though? Yeah. Yep. And that's why we didn't get in there, I guess, right? Look. It's pulling back now. You would have been it's been drawdown now if you didn't close partials. 2 W's, nice. Yeah. $10 up, nice. 10%. Wow. Pretty good. I'm up like 0.5. Yeah. Will gold likely pull back to range later through the day?
Yep.
I think it comes down to this hourly candle. Like if we close below 5.3, then you're probably gonna see it range from 11 to 12, coming down towards like 46 levels or 47s to 5.3. If you close above, you might get another push at 11, going up towards 6.2. But yeah, I mean, obviously it will pull back eventually today. It's got to create a top wick for the daily candle. Remember that? Daily candle's not closing. It's got to leave a top wick somewhere. So it's gonna be essentially the last couple hours of the day, of the New York session today.
Someone did 39% today with gold. That's awesome. That's crazy. I remember those days, like those big percentages.
Oh
like
man,
doing like 20-30% in a day. Well, I did 15% on Monday, so that wasn't too bad, but I'm not used to doing big percentages anymore. Like I'm doing like 1 or 2% a day. Like today I did 2%, yesterday I did like 1.5. Just taking it easy. But I remember those days where you get like 40%, you're like, yeah, I just crushed the market.
And the next day it's gone.
Well, mind you, when the Russia thing started, I crushed it, because that's when that initial push up went from 1930 all the way up to like 1950. So I loaded up there, because there's sometimes when I trade, if I see a huge opportunity like that, I'll just load up. Like I'll just keep piling trades in, because I know that what we're going to do is we're just going to keep moving, and I'm not worried about sort of the potential downside of that. I'm just like, hey, I've seen this happen enough times where it's like, man, I'm just gonna load up and we're gonna go, because I've been through like 2 elections, 2 wars essentially, flash crash with gold, COVID, Brexit. What else has there been? Inaugurations, the trade wars with China.
Oh
So
yeah,
like I've been through
tariffs.
all these different things that have come through when it's a super high volatile event. I've known just to load up. And the same thing with interest rates. Like when it moves, like when it actually the trend starts, it's like, okay, time to load up, because those are your times where you're just going to make the most. And it's awesome to see like gold move like 70 pips in like a 5-minute candle.
There's also something going on too. One thing after another.
Yeah. So, but that just comes with experience. Like I wouldn't have done that in my first few months of trading, like, or even my first couple of years. Like I only started doing that literally in the last couple of years with gold because I've gotten comfortable with it. And I'm willing to absorb the risk on myself personally. Like because people ask me all the time, they're like, like, what's your risk? I'm like, it's hard to define because I'm trading now because I enjoy it. I'm not trading because I need to like make sure I pay my mortgage or something. Right. So it's hard to define because some days I'll cowboy it and some days I'll just be like, man, I'll just take it easy today. But like, can I turn it up if I want to? Yeah. Because I mean, I can really get my juices flowing, but some days I don't want to do that. Like today would have been a great day for me just to pound away buys. As soon as we started breaking that high after NFP, I would have just, if I wanted to be aggressive today, I would have just pounded a bunch of buys and just let them run. But it's sort of silly after a while, like trying to just go in there and give yourself stress for no reason. Like, I mean, not that it's impactful stress, but it's like the idea of like, okay, I've got like 9 positions open, I have to manage them, and it's like, well, I could just have 2. I don't need to crush the market. I can just take what I need and be relaxed about it, like super chill. Like half the time when I'm trading, I'm not even watching my screen, like I'm watching YouTube or something. Like I don't even care what's going on with the trade. But like if I have like 10 positions open, I might take a little bit more courtesy to it because of the fact that like, you go like 30 pips in drawdown, suddenly you're out like half a mil.
It's what I do during the Asian. I can chill there, but like during the stream, I can't really. I kind of gotta be on the stream watching with the chat. Yeah.
How do we train our mind to think like you, market sense? Well, I mean, it comes with experience, right? So, how I started this whole idea in terms of the way that I understand the market is it's just gathering information, right? And gathering education. So every time you see like a high impact news event, you record it as that's information for yourself, like what happens during interest rates, what if interest rates are good, what if interest rates are bad, what happens during high impact news events, right? Like how does the market react when there's uncertainty? It's just experience, right? It's like, you figure I've been trading since 2015, 2016. And for the most part, we've been doing live streams since 2018. I've been teaching since 2016. I've been involved in the market so much. There's been like thousands and thousands of hours that it's just granular. You just keep collecting information and you're able to disseminate it because you've just seen a lot, right? It's like, you go to a city, right? The first time you get to a city, you don't know any of the streets, but somebody who's lived in the city knows the streets like the back of their hand. They know when not to go on that street because of traffic. What happens if there's a road closure? What are your alternatives? Right? It's just knowledge. It's not something that can be taught to you. Like if you came to Vancouver, I can't be like, well, don't go across the Cambie Bridge at like 5 o'clock because there's traffic. Like I don't know enough about the city yet, right? But I can tell you like, hey, I've noticed at like 3:30 this city shuts down, like everybody's off work already. Where in Toronto, everyone's off work at 5, right? So it's just like, you know, little nuances like that. But in Toronto, if you came, I could tell you like where to avoid everything because I lived there most of my life, right? So it's just one of those things. It's gold hitting the high.
Yep.
Nice work.
That 30-minute came down. Bottom wick. Right.
Yep.
And just boop. Yeah. Should fill his wick, and it should, once it breaks the highs, you should see a quick pop towards like 6.2-ish, 6.1 maybe, 6.1.669. That's if it breaks the 1 hour highs. But if you got in positions on the 30, I'll say right now is when you want to close partials. You're coming down to the last 15 of the hourly, and you're also tapping this resistance on the 1530. So I'll say here, take partials. If you want to chill or stops to break even, stop some 10% profit, whatever you want to do, and TP 6.2. But yeah, expect the pullback here. I would expect one.
Yeah, and you got it.
Yeah. You better close right at the tip.
Yeah. Those are the best trades when you hit like right at the
Yeah.
10, and then you're like, oh, now it pulls back like 40 pips instantly, and you're like, yeah, I did it.
Yeah. That's experience. Like that's a lot of
Yeah.
experience. Like I'm not
It
even
is.
like
It
nowhere
is.
near there yet, but it's I definitely, like, I think for the most part February, most of my trades were closed right at the tip.
Yeah, it's like if you can hit it right there, and you always notice it lines up like usually like just towards the end of the
Yeah.
hour, or just after the 5 minute of the last 15-minute candle, and you know the last 15-minute candle will start to drive back a bit of the hour. So
Yeah.
that was
Sorry.
funny when hating GJ all of a sudden. It's like you don't hate it. It's like you look at where their best opportunities are based on the 2 pairs that you trade or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I don't gotta catch every move, guys. This is I'm like it's my train session. I gotta catch like every single pip. You know, I'm just like, I caught my GJ 10 pips. I'm okay with that. Like I'm okay with 10 pips overall. GJ move 160 pips today, and gold move like, you know, how many pips did he move today? Moved 200 pips today. I caught 10. I'm okay with that. I'm completely okay with that. How much you up today, Wix? How much percent?
Maybe about a 1%, less than 1%.
Yeah. You stay until 11 here for just 1 hour or no?
Yeah, I'm just chilling. I got a massive migraine. I just took a Motrin. Got a really big headache. I kind of like wait for it to go away.
I had to.
Yeah. I mean, I got 50. I wrote it for you. I got 15 on gold, and I got 10 plus half on GJ, and then the other half break even.
How long you been training for? Late 2018. Yeah, on Monday. Yeah, peace out. Yeah, it's a Friday, guys. Be happy. Just relax. How many hours do you trade a day? Depends on the markets. Like today, like when you have like I call these days algo days. Days where you expect a lot of volume based off the higher time frames. Usually these days I'll stay to like 11:30 maybe. But majority of sessions I'll cut off at like 10:30. Just because like it has like days like this, you expect a lot of volume, right? So you're expecting moves to happen throughout the majority of NY until late NY, but nowhere past 12 or 1 for me, you know.
Yeah, Fridays are usually good for just like discussions and just shooting the shit and stuff.
Can I enter GG sells right now for scalp? I think the better sells that were earlier, like below 152, 343. You got a 1 hour closure below here. That was your move from here to here. 26 pips. That was it. I think this candle here is you're expecting a pullback here. 8 minutes left for a 1 hour candle close, and I'm expecting a pullback. If you do pull back and you close below 151,977, yeah, you can take sells. But that's only if it pulls back here and leaves you that wick fill. Same thing as gold earlier, just on GJ this time. It's the same concept. GJ and gold, same concept. Nothing really changes. Aside from NYC and times like that. But how many people we have right now? 600? That's 670. At 10, 11, it's pretty good. Thanks for being here, guys.
Lots of overtraders.
Yeah, you guys are all overtraders.
You guys are all overtraders for being here right now.
Do you lower risk on Fridays? No. I keep the same risk throughout the week. Risk for me depends on the trade. It doesn't really depend on what day it is. It could be a Friday set Monday. I'm using the same risk. It really depends on like the stop loss, right? Remember earlier when someone said, why are you selling the bottom, DJ? Wow. It's been a nice extra 100 pips. Yeah. This 1 hour candle here should close above in about 6 minutes here. If you close above, same shit as like the previous 30 and the previous hourly candle. This hourly candle should just continue to push up towards 62 here. And you could get positions maybe at 11. I might call it. I don't know. I'll let you guys know. There's still like 2 hours in this 4 hour candle.
Why does gold have huge candles this year? Well, I guess some people still don't watch the news, so that's good to hear.
Yeah.
Do you have any tinfoil Swift or this tinfoil about the Swift situation? Yeah, this is to drive people to digital currency. It's funny when people talk about owning cryptocurrency, thinking it's great because the banks don't have it and whatnot. It actually is probably worse than the banks, to be honest, because now essentially what's happening is everything that you're going to be doing is going to be tracked. Where like if we still have cash in society, you can still walk around with cash and buy things and nobody knows what you bought. But now with digital currency and using like your debit and credit and whatever cryptocurrency the governments start using, it's like everything you're going to do is tracked. You go buy a pair of shoes. Normally you go buy a pair of shoes, you pay cash. It's like now they're going to be able to see your spending habits and everything. So it's actually really funny when the theory behind this is inflation has been created to push people to digital currency like crypto and stuff like that, giving them a false sense of security, saying, hey, the dollar's going to crash. The dollar's going to be worthless. And we're going to go into crypto because crypto is going to remove inflation. But what you don't realize is maybe that's what the governments are trying to do, is they're trying to push you there to use crypto.
It's so funny. People are like, yeah, the crypto's gonna explode. Wait till all the big dogs get in, and like, yeah, like that's what you were initially saying like 2 years ago when you were telling me, no, I want to get away from all the big dogs. I don't want to be tracked. I want to be innovative. I want to be outside of the tracking system. And now they're like, yeah, no, it's gonna explode. Just let all the banks adopt it, let all the countries adopt it. But what do you think is gonna happen when the big dogs adopt
Yes.
it? The ones that are investing their money into it, they're gonna structure it to their liking. They're
Yeah.
gonna make the thing
It's
to
the
how
same
they
thing as the
want it.
dollar. Yeah, I know. That's what
And
I
it's
said to people.
like,
There's no benefit. So we went from having cash to having a digital currency that's going to be controlled by the same people,
but
and the
the same,
people.
yeah, exactly. You just basically fooled yourself, left the
Yeah,
same people in control.
and then people say, oh well, there's DeFi. You can use DeFi. I'm like, it doesn't matter because this is my argument. At the end of the day, you're going to have to put that somewhere, right? So say for example, like just very simplistic, you go pay for gas. It's not going to be on a DeFi exchange where you're going to be able to pay for gas using a DeFi exchange. It's going to be on a centralized exchange. Your crypto is going to go there. Like, this is what people forget is when it gets adopted by the mainstream, it's not going to be some outlier service provider that's going to be giving it to us. It's going to be, hey, this is a national bank. You're going to be processing all your transactions through this exchange, and you're going to have to give your full information. So it's like we played ourselves again as a society, and it's like the elite always just get one up on us. We think that we're getting ahead, and like,
Nope.
I always laugh, like millennials always tell me about crypto, like, oh yeah, crypto's going to the moon. I'm like, it doesn't matter. The government still controls us. If you want to go to the moon, get rid of the government, overthrow the government. Don't keep trying to figure out ways to try and bluff the banks or figure out new ways to bypass banks and governments. It doesn't work because all they do is they just crack down on you. They'll just be like, yeah, well, you have this. Guess what? You can't use it anymore. It's funny because young people have a lot of energy towards like down with the system, but it's like they don't realize how powerful the system is. It's like I remember when they did the GameStop, like the Reddit people,
Yeah,
and they're
yeah,
like,
yeah.
yeah, we're going to stick it to the hedge funds. I was howling because I don't know if you guys ever saw that Billions episode where they were trying to run that currency push with, I think it was like the Nigerian currency or whatever it was. And basically, they just kept buying and buying, and they all got together and they kept buying it to drive it in one direction to destroy people. And I was like, GameStop's going to be the exact same way. All that's going to happen is they think, oh, this hedge fund has a lot of options that are going to expire. They're going to lose. No, they're going to call the hedge fund beside them and be like, hey, can you spot us some money? Because we're going to crush these people. Because look how much liquidity just flew into the market. And they're like diamond hands. I'm like, you guys are dumb. Like, there's unlimited money. Right.
Diamond hands.
It's like diamond, and I'm laughing because it's so naive to think that you're going to beat institutions that have been around for hundreds of years, decades, that have hundreds of employees, billions of dollars in capital. You think some message board is going to defeat a hedge fund? Yeah, you might put a dent in them for a couple of weeks, but they're going to take everything from you. It's like going to the casino. It's like, yeah, okay, so you made you whacked the casino for $500,000. Yeah, so what? You're going to want to try and come back. They're going to take every little bit of it plus more. So it's just a naive situation because I hate doing this, but millennials think that like working 9 to 5 is like, I don't want to work for the man. The new education is YouTube. Like, I can go on YouTube and learn everything. I don't need to go to graduate school. Like, there's a lot of those philosophies now. Like, oh, school doesn't give me any real world knowledge. It's like, yeah, I agree, but there's pros to going to school, like networking, soft skills, things like you learn in school, like how to do that you wouldn't necessarily learn sitting at home in front of a computer. So there are benefits there, but it's just like the world hasn't changed enough to be like, hey, I'm going to be able to beat the system. There's the 1% that beat the system, because everyone always says, well, look at Mark Zuckerberg. He dropped out of university, or he dropped out of Harvard, and he built $1 billion business.
That's not the standard.
No, it's not. And think about it. He dropped out of Harvard. He had to get in first. Right.
People out here dropping out of college.
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? So it's just like people look at it, and it's like it's these like nuances of like, yeah, I'm just going to be an entrepreneur. It's like, okay, like there's so many failures in that. It's like, why not give yourself enough skill sets to like build yourself. Oh, I don't need a degree. It's like, yeah, you don't need a degree. Nobody needs a degree, but it's just nice to have that you accomplished something, that you're able to finish something. No, but it's just really funny. I always have a good laugh when I hear these things, and like these crypto people, like what are they called? They're called crypto maximists.
I never heard that.
Yeah, crypto maximists are like, they'll just hold crypto forever because they believe that this is like the new generation, and it's just sort of like crypto's in an infancy that the stock market was in 1984. Like earlier there, where there was no regulations, where you had like the Wolf of Wall Street just doing everything, right? As soon as take advantage of that. And that's what I keep telling people is, if you're in crypto right now or alternative investments, take advantage of the lack of regulation and the fact that the old white-haired man can't figure out crypto that well. Like, just take advantage of that, make as much as you can. And then when it gets regulated and, crushed, and you're not able to make any more money off it, you've gained enough wealth that you can diversify into other things. Like, play the game the way it's supposed to be played. Don't try and invent the game. Play the game the way it's supposed to be played. Right now, it's the Wild West in crypto. Take advantage of it. When it gets regulated and pushed and regulated and then manipulated, then you're out.
The market's going to be parabolic, right? Only for so long. Like, once regulation comes in, like, it'll kind of even out. It'll look more like a forex market.
Yep.
It's
100%.
Right now, the parabolic movements are just is just a reflection of the lack of regulation and and the lack of I guess a better infrastructure.
Yeah.
So we're just, creating levels that haven't existed before. Also,
Yeah.
Price action's a lot more difficult there.
Yeah. It's just, I just want people to realize that there's going to be a small percentage of people that are going to get really wealthy in these new ventures, like the new world that we're entering. But the rest of us still have a chance to get your piece of the pie. Just be smart about it. Like, don't think that every opportunity you're going to get in is going to make you like 10 or 20x return. Like, take your 2 or 3x returns and keep compounding those. Like, and then keep diversifying.
It's 11.
Yep.
Got a closure.
Yep. You got the 1 hour closure we're talking about. Yeah, so you got the 1 hour closure. If you look left, we're closing above this range here, above 1957 into the zone. So I believe once you flip and break the high, you should be valid drive up minimum towards like 1962 here. I'm just trying to figure out what stops are right now. It's gonna be either current lows or previous lows. Like, current lows is gonna be a 450 pip stop, 50 pip TP. Current lows is being around 19 pips. On a break of, what we could do? We could use a break at a previous kind of high, so break at a third and high, and then have a current lows for 26 pips. Break at the previous 1 hour highs. It's not bad. And you might as well move up to here towards the 4 hour high as well. You're missing out on 10 pips. 30 pip stop. TP is like 35 pips, but
I think I'd rather take advantage of the 10 pips, but I'd rather take advantage of those 10 pips at like 8 or 9:30.
Yeah.
It's 11 o'clock. You thinking of taking this?
Like, I was trying to figure out stops.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's be a 1 for 1. It's off of the 1 hour candle. Yeah.
Break of the highs.
Yeah. Buy stops on the break of 1959.540 here, guys. All right. Stop loss would be the current candle lows. So if you break this high, the previous 1 hour high, we should be good. That's my buy stop. A little above the high. I'm putting it to the previous high since it's like an extra pip away. It's like just a chair on top. It's your breakthrough. You should clear all these levels here. Yeah. What a 1-to-1. Final trade of the day. $50. There we go. All right. Got in positions, guys. Got in a buy here. Stop loss is the current candle low of the 1 hour candle, and TP is up here. So this is a trade that I'm in. It's gonna be current candle lows, 28 pip stop, and TP is up for 35 pips. All right, I would love it. I would love it. I'm sorry. I was gonna say we couldn't use the previous candle low, the previous 1 hour low, but the stops are all the way down here. It's like 106 pips, right? So that's why I'm using the current candle lows. I'm putting my trust into this 1 hour candle here, respecting the current candle to drive up. It should be a clean push. I mean, 1 hour looking left, each and every time we broke above that range, we're just able to drive up for the rest of the range. So should be clean. I'm trying to see my levels here. Like, what could we take advantage of? You have minor resistance at 61760. It's pretty far away though. Should drive. Since it's like a little late though, I'm gonna probably close half at 10, like just secure some 10% profit, and then just put the trade in break even. All right, chat. There's our push.
I got 10 on break even.
Nice.
Got 15.
Be clean. You're looking at 6-1 minimum, like 6-157. Look left. There's just clean traffic here. There's nothing really stopping price into that area. This range should get filled. 8 pips, 9. All right. Nice. There you go. Nice, guys. I'm gonna stop the break even here. I'm also gonna secure half my positions at 10, 9, 10, and then let the rest run until TP.
Where are you trying to take it? 62?
62.890 here.
She's a runner. She's a track star.
Yeah, like I'm trying to see the left for my levels of resistance, but I don't see anything until like 6-1. Like I don't see anything at all until 6-1.800, 6-1.700. So like there's literally nowhere else to go but that level. And hit break even, but we secure half already, guys. So let's see. Might actually move my TP down towards actually 1861.600. Yeah. Low below, just so we can secure the whole position. All right, it's 11 a.m. here.
That's exactly where I got it, 600.
All right, nice. Nice. All right, guys, I'm gonna close. I think I'm gonna close full here. Perfect.
Yeah, just
nice position.
Full.
Woo! Nice. Woo!
She's a runner, she's a track star.
At the tip too. The tip.
Not chat. Don't get too excited over this. Just like you shouldn't get too down on your losses.
Yeah.
Right? Keep a level head, and we're gonna win again on Monday. And if we don't, we'll win on Tuesday. But keep a level head. What is that? 4-0?
Yeah. You know, I missed on a lot of opportunities today. I was very patient, waited for it, and I got a piece of it. So
I mean,
it paid off.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah. I closed full, guys. I closed full completely. All right. Locked in 20 pips on the dot.
I literally had time to change a diaper and take a trade. Crazy.
That's a shit trade.
Wix do as I say, not as I do. What? Because I took my 3rd trade today.
I took 3 trades. Okay.
It's so rare to take 3 trades, but I just can't. Like, I'm already here all day. There were so many opportunities that we spoke about and missed, and just let them go because for this or that, or the RR or the support or the lows being broken. You're on mute, Don. Oh, Don's doing the Instagram. Sorry,
Sorry, I'm just caught up.
and doing an IG story.
You take over, yeah, yeah.
But yeah, like we celebrate all. It's all good, but the reason I say don't celebrate too much because it's gonna put you in a position to not get down on yourselves too much. Also, when you lose, you're gonna be like, oh, I was level-headed then. I can be level-headed now, and come back. You know, looking at the markets tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Monday, with a fresh head. There's no revenge. Not thinking about what we did today. Not being too high. Here's the thing: once you're so emotional, where you're like hyped about winning, or you're so upset that you lost, the market's controlling you. You've lost control.
Yeah, manipulated.
You're being manipulated by the market. That's right. You want to be the one in control. You want to be the one making the decisions, running things here. You want to be an authority, and you want to be in full and total control because sole responsibility is on you here. Right?
Yeah, the other thing is too, when you're trading, it's like you technically shouldn't be excited that you knew what was going to happen. Like it shouldn't be a surprise to you. Like when you get, that's like when people ask me like, how do I control my emotions? It's like, I'm not surprised. Like when I win, I was expecting to win.
You ever notice like when Jordan won, it was like he expected it. He knew it. Like there was no other way around it. Like that's what has to happen. That's just standard.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't gonna lose. Like, what do you think? Same thing here. Like we come here and we do breakdowns, and the confidence is in the breakdowns because we have a really high win rate.
Yeah, like I'm not expecting to lose ever. Like, and it's funny because people, it's almost like sometimes people bet against me, and that fuels me more. It's like, yeah, bring it. Like when people in the chat are like, "Oh no, Ted, you're wrong. You know, this is a buy instead of a sell." I'm like, all right, prove me wrong. You know, and it's great because I mean, it's not that I get offended by that, but it's just more of the fact that okay, maybe I missed something, and maybe this person's going to help me, and then it turns out no, I was right. But it's just it's good because it keeps me on my toes, right? Like I like coming on to live streams, like I said earlier this week, because it keeps me on my toes, right? Like I see things, I'm able to visualize things, get a gauge of what's happening, how people are dissecting the markets. You're always a student of the markets, and I think when you stop saying that you don't need to learn anymore, that's when you're going to start getting hit hard against the markets. Like I'm super humble with the markets, and I'm very grateful for the opportunities. Like people are always like, oh, Ted, you're the GOAT. I'm like, no, like there's levels to this, and people are way above me. It's just you have to just know where you're at in the pecking order. And when I always watch people say that they're the best, or this is the best signal group, or this is the best of, it's like I would never say I was the best at anything. Like I would never say that, because that means that you've decided that you don't need to learn anymore, and learning is constant. And if you stay on edge and you're constantly involved in the market, you're constantly learning and just networking with people, that's where you really see your knowledge base excel.
Yeah. I always want to be open.
Yeah, always be open to discussion. Always be open to discussions and things like that. It doesn't mean that you have to take their advice. Like, here's the thing. Like, I watch you guys trade. Similar styles, not exactly the same thing, right? But it's not a bad thing to discuss opportunities, because then you start to merge ideas and you start to morph new ideas where you can be like, hey, like I can take a bit of this, I can take a bit of that, and I can make my own idea. And then you basically fully become a well-rounded trader.
Yeah.
Basically appropriation, right? You're taking something that somebody else is and kind of making it your own.
Yeah.
And you're not really taking somebody else's and making it your own. You're taking the appropriation is more like taking the best of something else, of somebody else's stuff, and making it your own. Taking out the bad and just taking the best parts of it and making it your own. So I'm always so like weirded out. Why are people so against cultural appropriation? You're using our culture. Like, no, that's why do you think people live in big cities? Because it's cultural appropriation. They want the best of everything. They want the best Chinese food. They want the best, Vietnamese food. You go to a big city, you get the best of all the cultures. You know, I think there should be appropriation everywhere. Everyone should just take the best of all the cultures and apply that to themselves.
I think also people too have to stop being so sensitive to things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like honestly, if you want to, if look at it this way, the more sensitive you are, the more I bug you about how sensitive you are. Like I'm the worst person to deal with when it comes to sensitive people, because there's a time to be sensitive, and then there's a time that you just have to be a man.
Mm.
Like the alpha in most men are gone. The the feminine qualities in most women are gone, because there's this constant like struggle of people trying to identify their emotions or try to identify with their emotions. As a man, you're supposed to be a provider, you're supposed to be a protector. As a woman, you're supposed to be a matriarch, a family builder, things of that nature. But the lines have become so blurred that's why people are getting so sensitive with things. And I have conversations with people and they get so offended, and I'm like, why are you so offended? Oh, that's wrong, you can't say that. I'm like, of course I can. This is what's happening in the world. But and people, it's like, oh, I lost trades today. Yeah, suck it up. Like you need emotional support because you lost trades. Like, come on. Or how do I get better? I don't think I'll be able to do this. Well, then you're not gonna be able to do it. If that's your attitude, if that's how you're gonna think through your life, that's it. You're just ridiculous. Like you should literally wake up every morning, look in the mirror and be like, I'm going to be the absolute best I can be today, and nothing's going to stop me. Like you should literally do that every day. If you're lacking confidence in your life, you're lacking any sort of direction, just wake up in the morning and talk to yourself and put it in your head that you're going to be the best. Even if you aren't the best, just say that you're going to be the best. Like put it out there for yourself so that you have that confidence. I see so many people walking with their head down. I meet so many people that can't even formulate a sentence when they talk to me, and I look at them, I'm like, man, just start articulating, be confident in yourself. You have a question, ask it. Don't be such a baby when it comes to meeting people and being shy. Like be aggressive.
I mean, otherwise,
Then you just regret it.
You've lost before you begun already, right?
Yeah. Like I hear people come up to me, they'll be like, oh man, Ted, I don't know if trading's for me. Okay, it's not for you then. Stop. That's not helping me. Well, yeah, look at your attitude. You've already defeated yourself before you've even started. I didn't think trading was for me when I started. I didn't turn around and say, oh, it's not for me. I just said, hey, I'm going to give it my best shot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's see what happens. I didn't go in with any sort of ideas of I was going to be great or not great. I just said, hey, let me try. Right? You explain your thoughts of holding trades over the weekend. Well, good luck. I mean, if gold gaps up, you have a good trade. If it gaps down, you lose a ton of money.
Just don't risk your whole account.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you just did it earlier.
Yeah, a little sub account.
That's
do a sub account. Be really interesting to see my trading style. Well, if you go on the stream for the last few days, I've been on here and I've showed you exactly everything play by play. I don't know.
What more do you want? You got Ted here breaking things down.
Yeah.
You got me here taking positions. Like I'm telling you guys where I'm entering and how I'm managing. Like, I don't know.
Like we called this whole fill. Like this whole fill for that hourly candle, we called it like play by play. Like this hourly fill from 1951 all the way to 1959. It was broken down, the entire trade on how to take it, what to do, buy stops, where your stop loss could be, if you didn't need a stop loss, why you didn't need one. Like it was, I don't know, like anyone here that had a $5 account could have placed a penny lot on this, closed their eyes, and they would have won. Like there wouldn't have been any issues. Like literally go back and watch the replay. You can see the whole breakdown of this trade.
It gave you all the other options that could play out here, and what to do if they do play out. If
Like
they
I
don't
should
play
have been
out.
taking the trades that I was talking about.
Yeah.
You took enough.
Yeah, I took
you
enough.
take that last year or no? You just
No, I didn't take
call
anything.
it?
I was just
Oh.
yeah, I just been looking at other things. Get ready for the gym now.
Oh yeah, it's like I was gonna ask you, like, aren't you going to the gym?
Yeah, 20 after. 10 minutes. It takes me like 30 seconds to drive over there, so I'm okay.
Hmm.
You got to wear a mask in there.
Yeah, but you just put it
Fancy.
above your face or your mouth, not above your nose.
Yeah.
That's what I have. That's how I wear my mask all the time. Just above my mouth.
There's like high school teams playing basketball with a mask on and like it's off. It's on their neck. You ever seen that?
Like,
Those
It's getting
the ones in
ridiculous.
America?
It's getting absolutely ridiculous. Like the discrepancies between every single government is one says this, one says that. One day they wear a mask, next day they don't wear a mask in the same within the same setting, and then the day after they wear a mask again. Like who's running things here? Why is there so many different approaches and so many discrepancies in what we're being told on how to approach this thing? Like, what's going on? That's what makes people question everything when there's different things being told as settled science. You know what I mean?
62.
Dude,
Yeah.
finally.
Target tap.
Yeah.
Called that this morning, like 4 hours ago.
But now what's next? Now you wait for the daily candle. You wait for the weekly candle to close. That's what you should be waiting for. It's gonna be
Enjoy
very. Oh, go on.
Enjoy the weekend. Shit,
Yeah.
that's nice.
You
Come
guys
back.
have a good one. I'm gonna head out. It was a pleasure being on this week with you guys. Always a fun time.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for
Yeah,
coming
no, thanks
on.
guys. Thanks for inviting me, and enjoy your weekends.
You too.
You too. Stay safe.
Oh, chap. What a good day.
No. Marcos here.
Yeah, I feel bad for Marcos. I know he caught something.
I missed the last time when we had the 1,000 viewers and Ted was on, but there was not a single trade. And
Yeah.
then Marcos was on. Now he's gone and I'm on here and there's like 3 or 4 trades. I think he was watching. I seen him on the chat earlier.
No, he's watching for sure. Like he took
So, I
trades.
think he
He's
might
been
have
texting me. Yeah. What a wonderful day though, guys. Like everything today was broken down to a T. Like as long as you like go back to the morning breakdown this morning at 6:30. Like yeah, 6:30, 6:40, and just go watch the first 10 minutes and tell me what didn't happen that we said today. Like everything was to the T, and like you can't even make it up. It's a live stream. I can't make these things up. I have no, I'm not the market maker here, but we're not the market makers. But look, like everything's broken down today, and patience paid off. There's plenty of times today where I was like, like today really tested my patience. I know like some days might seem I'm a robot, but today really tested my patience. There's so many times opportunities today within these 15-30 minute candle closures where I was like, okay, I missed that move. It's fine. On to the next one. I kept saying to myself, okay, if I don't get my move, I'm not in. I don't get my move, I'm not in. And then look what happened. 11 a.m. I got my move. I got in. Simple. But what would have sucked was if I didn't get in. Because if I didn't get in a position at 11, then now you're saying, fuck. I waited all day, missed all my moves, and now I got position. I got scared. It's like that's why you always take your positions whenever you see them come, because the worst thing you want is you miss the move and now you have FOMO and now you're chasing that position again. So
get paid to wait, chat. Get paid to wait.
Today was tough, chat. It's easy, but it was patience definitely tested me for sure. But I didn't fold today, so I stuck to my plan and we won, and we got paid in pips. All right, so. Yeah, 11:30. How long has the stream been going on for? 4 or 5 hours? God damn.
5 hours.
How many pips did we get? 30 pips? Yo, chat, 4-0 for the year, like, you know, or
30
for the month. For the month. Come on.
Should update the year? I think we're at 19 now.
The year is no. I updated it. Yeah, I updated it already. 18 wins. 18 wins, 4 losses, 5 break evens, 207 pips for the year. March, we're up 51 pips. So not too shabby in the mates. I think the signal channel definitely ate more today though. The signal channel the signal channel I think yeah they definitely got the better upper hand, but hey.
Yeah, the signal channel typically gets better moves.
Yeah, Vincent, you saw me moves today. Yeah, like I was just looking like what could we go, what could we do, like where could we get positions on, as you know, yeah. But hey, paid off, and I'm happy. You know, like it's just 20 pips, right? But we caught more before in the past. But I'm happy with that position because I waited like darn near 3 hours since our last trade. We took a trade at 7 a.m., 7:30, and then our next trade was at 11. So I missed this whole entire move here, but at least I got a bit of this, and that's it. That's all that is.
I don't think Don stayed on because Ted was on here.
No, I would have stayed
Don
long.
stayed on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we stayed on because we saw potential in volume and levels being, every time we had closure, it broke above a zone or below a zone. So it was just price action keeping us here. Like you can tell by the way a candle closes what the next hour is going to look like, or the next 4 hours, and it was just.
Guys, you know, there's a huge giveaway today, and it was before the breakdown. What the giveaway was that, look what I'm wearing right now. What color is my hoodie?
Oh, jeez.
Blue. Blue for profits.
Is it blue or gray, Chad? Who sees blue? Who sees gray?
Yo, you need to chill on whatever you're doing, Wix now. You need to chill because this is 100% blue. Wixland has to chill. Yo, Wixland said gray off. Stream's over.
It looks gray, dog.
Nah, you need whatever you know. You need that migraine again.
Look,
that migraine is against you.
Somebody sees pink, red.
Hey, that
That gas be hitting. You're tweaking.
Oh, you tweaking. Oh my god. Yo, whoever going back to that, like I can't believe earlier on someone's like, why are you selling GJ? It's at a low. Man, we dropped more than what we had earlier. Damn, man. It just goes to show, like realistically, you guys, like just follow the trend till it breaks. Like again, like Ted says all the time too. Like the trend will not reverse on a random, you know, like on a random, like not NYC on a Friday. You know, it's man.
Yeah.
We got like
five on keyboard.
We got like 600, like 1.2 today too, which is insane.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, yeah, we did it again. More likes than viewers. Nice.
By the end of the stream, yeah.
Yeah. Well, guys, good job today. Thanks for showing up to the streams. I appreciate you guys. I know we got a lot of new people today. So yeah, thanks for showing up. I think I'm gonna call it, right? Are you gonna call it? Or you're still?
No, I'm definitely not trading. My charts are off. I'm just gonna.
You chilling?
I'm gonna roll a joint. Yeah. I'm chilling. I've only smoked once since I woke up, and that was like 5 hours ago, 4 hours ago. I don't know.
That's why you got a migraine, probably. Well, guys,
because I haven't smoked. Yeah, you're right. Dehydrated.
Guys, I'm gonna go enjoy my PS5. I'm gonna enjoy. Yo, the person actually sent me the PS5 is in the chat too, so shout out to him. But hey, guys, have a great day. Don't overtrade. Man, you know what's fucked up now? I did a full-on day analysis today of each and every play. Now I gotta choose what am I gonna post later on Instagram. I might as well post the whole stream. Go watch the stream, because I don't know what to post. It's like a 5-hour stream, but lots of W's.
But it's a weekend, so you can post today and tomorrow and Sunday on everything that happened today.
Nah, it has to be today. Hey, yeah, guys, have a great day. Don't over leverage, don't over trade. You guys are loyal for staying. Congrats on all positions, and have a great weekend. I'll catch you guys tomorrow morning at
See you
6
Monday.
or no, no,
Monday.
no, 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 Monday morning at 6:30 I'm Eastern. All right, have a great day. Peace out. Leave a like, sub to the channel, and peace out, peace out, peace out.